Hello, hello, hello. How we doing? Uh, Quiet, Guitar Lilin, Ziddick. Enjoy the lurk, Ziddick. I appreciate it. How's everyone doing? I hope you are all fantastic. I am tired, believe it or not. My seems to have got worse since I started streaming again, which kind of sucks. I don't think it's related. I think it's just happened at the wrong time. But we are back, and we have more of these things to make today. I thought we were going to be done with them yesterday, but we need more distillation towers today. So the plans for today, basically, charcoal byproducts. I was looking at high octane gasoline again, and doing some maths and seeing what we needed in order to run some of the extreme combustion generators once we get to that point. And we need more toluene. Is one of the major takeaways that I had. We need a lot more toluene. One of the ways we can get it is through charcoal byproducts. So charcoal byproducts we make via a pyrolyzed oven. We are going to have to upgrade this to HV. We might... Yeah, we're going to have to upgrade it to HV. We're probably just going to stick with either cupronickel coils, or we might have to go up to Canthal coils. I'm not sure. But this will make... this recipe will make 4 buckets of charcoal byproducts. We can then distill that in a distillation tower for dimethylbenzene, wood tar, wood vinegar, and wood gas. The wood gas, I don't know if we're going to bother doing anything with or not at the moment. I don't think we really need to as such. But the wood tar gives us toluene. And more of it than anything, well, than most other things, I think. But we will need to speed things up significantly. And then more dimethylbenzene, creosote, phenol, which we also need, although we could probably do with it in larger quantities than that. And benzene. And also wood vinegar gives us methanol, acetone, which we do need. Methyl acetate, acetic acid, which we'll also need. And ethanol. Water, it doesn't really matter. And then wood gas. Just a bunch of stuff that we may as well set up the distillation tower for it, but we don't really need most of this stuff. Like carbon monoxide, carbon dioxide, the tiniest bit of hydrogen, tiniest bit of ethylene, and a little bit of methane as well. So that's the first plan for today. Second plan is epoxy. We need to start working towards epoxy so we can get better circuits. So we looked at this at the end of the stream yesterday. We need epichlorohydrin and bisphenol A. This is one of the reasons we need phenol. Because we need phenol, acetone, and hydrochloric acid in order to make bisphenol A. We also need epichlorohydrin, which is not that recipe. We don't want that recipe. Don't want that recipe. What recipe do we need? That's the one. Yeah, the glycerol and hydrochloric acid is the recipe we'll end up using for epichlorohydrin. And then the glycerol is made with seed oil or fish oil and ethanol. And that also gives us biodiesel. I don't know what we're going to do with the biodiesel yet, honestly. I hadn't really thought that far ahead. Possibly turn it into cetane boosted diesel and get a little bit more power out of it. Otherwise it's probably just going to sit there. But we'll see. But that is the initial plan. And obviously, we've got to move everything from here into there. I'm going to leave that for a little bit, though. Mostly because I can't be bothered to do it right now. So, yeah, the first thing we've got to do is... one thing I did do between the streams was I made a little bit more stainless steel between streams today. I've been putting a bunch of it through into here as well. Just to speed things along a little bit, because we went through a lot of stainless steel yesterday. We've also run out of rutile dust to turn into titanium. So we could possibly do with getting some more of that. Which I can't remember how we got it last time. Not aluminium or... Ilmenite. Ah, it was probably the bauxite, wasn't it? Where do we get bauxite from? I've got a bunch of bauxite dust, which we can electrolyze. Do we have any other uses for bauxite? No, we may as well electrolyze this into rutile dust then. I can't see any other use for it. Actually, couldn't be. I'm assuming we have a bauxite storage cell. Yeah. Is there, like, let me just double check that and make sure there is not anything else we can do with this. There is literally nothing else we can do with bauxite except for this. Wait, hold on. That's electrolyzing, right? So we need to set this to output 15. And then that should give us a little bit more rutile, which we can turn into titanium. Not that we're massively short on titanium right now, but you can always do with more. Alright, so next thing, I'm going to move this out of the way. We don't have cardboard boxes or anything, do we? But we oh, no, we do have packing tape. Hold on. I want to move that box, that crate with all of the ores in it over to the ore processing area. Just so it's out of the way, because we're going to need that area in a minute. If we just stick this down over here for now, that'll be good. Okay. So, charcoal byproducts. We are going to need to do a little bit to get enough for this, because we need to be able to make 16 logs every 8 seconds. And right now, we're not actually doing it. Alright, no worries, quite. Do what you need to do to be okay. That's the more important thing. That is a lot more important. Right, so rubber logs. Did you manage to get past the bit that you were stuck on yesterday? That you almost rage quit at? Yes. GG. Right, so we're going to need... We basically need 2 logs every second, right? So that will get us 64 in 32 seconds. So 2 logs every second. That will get us enough. If we put fertilizer in there, are we making fertilizer quickly enough? We basically need 1 every 32 seconds. Wait, it is a... Yeah, it is consumed. 1 every 32 seconds, and I know we are getting it from here. We're not running this every 3.75 seconds, but we're definitely running it more than once every 30 seconds. I think we're running it like every 7 seconds or so, just under 7 seconds. So we should be getting plenty of fertilizer to do that. So all we're going to have to do is upgrade our greenhouse downstairs, or one of the two. The other one will actually turn back into here as well. So if we put a rubber sapling in here, that way we can have both of these running. Where is the output from these going to, though? That's the question. There, perfect. Oh, wait, so what's... Wait, so what's going on here? Oh, okay, so we've got the output pushing down into the barrels. Okay, we just basically need to bring... We should be able to do that from here. We basically need to bring a laser node to here. Yeah, a laser node to there. I can find them. There they are. Well, we're going to have to do it like that. That's not right, is it? What we need to do is... Actually, no, that was right. I just connected it in the wrong place. We need to connect that to that. And then that to that. And then we need to insert into here. God damn it. I always forget that's a thing. Right, okay, so... do that. That should be fine. Put that in there. Fertilizer. Actually, let's do... just put like 8 in there at any given time. Sorry, why? What do you need help with, Cesari? There we go. Right, do I need to change over the circuits? Yes. There we go, perfect. So that should be getting us enough logs for that now. And next thing we need is... oh, we need to make sure we're going to get enough nitrogen for this as well. Rather than torpedo yourself forward, you can torpedo straight up, and that's what you're missing. Ah, okay. Hey, at least you figured it out, though. That's the main thing. Right, nitrogen, we need 1 bucket every 8 seconds. Which we should get from this. We've got 8 of these running at every 80 seconds, so that should be... essentially, we should be getting this output every 10 seconds, so... yeah, for roughly 3.9 buckets every 10 seconds. So that should be plenty for the nitrogen. Right, what do I need? Pyrolyze them. Now, the next thing we need to check on is the coils. Cuprinickel coils in pyrolyze oven drop the processing speed by 75 to 75%. So that rather than 8 seconds, that's going to give us... how long is it going to take rather than 8 seconds? Wait, hold on. Around about 11 seconds, which is not good. We need it every 8 seconds. So, we're going to need to make camphor coils, aren't we? Because that will give the processing speed of 100%. So, we need 16 of those. That might take a while. Cesari, are you good, Cesari? I'm also a little concerned now. Is everything okay, Cesari? Yeah, I'm concerned now. I don't even know what I could do to find out either. There's literally nothing I can do. Zara, if you are there, like, please let us know you're okay. If you are able to respond. No, I was expecting to start the stream. This is concerning. Let me know if they respond quiet, if Cesare responds. Right, there's the output hatch. Right. What I want to see is the Camthor going through now? No, it's still doing the stainless steel. Okay, we should probably take that out for now, since it is being passively generated anyway. Actually, why do we only have one Camthor dust in there? In each of them. I'm sure I would have needed more Camthor dust. Oh, it's still being made. That makes sense. Okay, right, that's fine. Yeah, that's what I'm hoping as well, Guitar Lilin. It's always concerning when somebody comes in and says something like that. Slide buffer. To be fair, Twitch seems to be having a lot of issues lately. I've not dropped any frames, so I'm assuming that was if you had had buffering, that was a Twitch issue. There has been a lot of people who've complained about that lately, though, like Twitch buffering and kind of just getting errors. I think reserves were terrible yesterday for a while. Was in a big stream, and like 2/3 were having buffering problems. Ouch. Did you get to see the person you were hoping to for with the RimWorld DLC kind of preview thing or pre-release thing? Yes or no? It was that. Oh, right. Okay. Did you at least get to see some of it, though? Right. What level? What do we need this? We need to do this at HP, didn't we? So we need one HV energy hatch. We need maintenance hatch. Right, I'm gonna put this. Actually, we'll put the maintenance hatch at the top, I guess. I'll put paralyzer in there. Or the actual controller there, rather. Where's the muffler? Muffler hatch can go there. Energy hatch will go below eventually. Oh, that was nice of them. All right, so if we put... Which way around do we want to do this? So if we have the inputs... We've got all the inputs on the outside there. So if we do the inputs to the distillation tower there, that means the outputs are going to go on this side. Yeah, output hatch, then output bus. And then we'll do input hatch and input bus on there. Oh, I meant to put observable in last night. Whoops. I forgot. Oh, well, never mind. That's fine. So the coils are going to go there. So we're going to need 1, 2, 3, 7, so 10. Why can I never remember which casings we need for the pyrolyzed oven? ULV machine casings, that makes sense. We need 10 more of these, I think. So, what day is that DLC getting released, Guitar Loan? Is it tomorrow, or is it actually at the weekend? Uh, 7 p.m. your time. One of these days, I will properly check out RimWorld. Probably. What am I even waiting on for these? Oh, the black steel. God dang it. I would be very tempted to add another one of these in, you know. Another one of the 2x2s. Okay, while we're waiting on that, let's get the distillation towers sorted. We need another 4. Thankfully, we don't need any quite as tall as those ones for these. So we should be... We should be okay to do these relatively easily. I'm hoping we can actually make the distillation towers themselves at the minute. What are we going to need for the actual distillation tower? We don't need any item outputs for this, do we? Oh, we do, because we get charcoal dust. Okay, so we need... let's work out how much we need for all of them. So we need 4 fluid outputs for that. 5 for that. So that's 9 plus 6, 15. Plus another 5. So 20 fluid outputs. And I don't think any of these have an item output, do they? No. So 20 fluid outputs, 1 item output. All right. And we're also going to need 4 input hatches. And the 1 output bus. As well as another 4 maintenance hatches. I'm going to run out of crafting CPUs soon. Then this one too, then there. It should be there. Should line up with that one. There. Oh, come on. Two more coils. I don't know what I'm going to do on the back sides of these areas, honestly. I hadn't really thought that through, because we're going to have quite a bit of space down here. For various things, if we choose to use it. Right, one more coil. We've got 4 input hatches, 20 output hatches, 1 output bus, and input hatches are going to go there, there, there. I think there we go. It will go as well. We got the last distillation tower, which will go there. Then maintenance hatches are there. Oh, not there. There and there. Coil goes there. Energy hatch goes there. I'll clear this out because I do like to have the undersides kind of open. Okay. Oh, I'm going to need an HV energy hatch for this as well, aren't I? Right. We need it every 4 buckets every 8 seconds. No, this needs to... Yeah, this is fine. This needs to be HV, and these ones just need to be HV as well. So, yeah, we need 4 more HV energy hatches. I'm assuming we need 4 more energy hatches. Yeah, that needs HV, that needs HV, and that needs HV. Okay. That is fine. We are going to need an interface on here as well. Actually, we're going to need 5, I think, interfaces. So 3 for there. Thank you for that follow. Appreciate it. And then we need wood tar, wood vinegar, and wood gas. We'll do them in order. So it'll be, what, 5, 6, and 5 again. So 5 outputs, 1... Oh, dang it. 4, 5, 6... All right, there was actually one more on the actual charcoal byproducts one as well. So you really sat this morning, Spring being stupid. He screwed Ruby up, and instead of being fussy or antsy, she curled right up with you and let you pet her. Aww. Oh, that is quite sweet. He knows you were upset, that's what it was. Right, how did I do the... I think we did the... Wait, how did I do this? Oh, no, I've done it the wrong way around, haven't I? Outputs were supposed to be on this side. Or the inputs, rather, were supposed to be on that side. Wait. That was the output bus. That goes there. The input hatches are supposed to go on this side. So I'm going to have to move some other stuff around as well. And then we do the energy hatches here. And these are going to have to move around. So the input bus and input hatch can go there. Output bus. Output hatch can go there. That's going to have to move over. There. Okay. See sweeter under the feisty poofiness. I feel like a lot of pets are like that, though. Like, a lot of pets kind of know when something's up. So you know what? We could probably just do this. Actually, we made slightly too many of these. We could probably actually do this like that. That's not... That's not the way that needs to be, because we need to do these for the outputs, don't we? Not just for the inputs, so... Okay, now this gets a little interesting. I guess we have to do it with the input hatch underneath there instead for these. That would make more sense. Obviously can't do it on there, but that doesn't really matter. But we've got an interface there. Interface there. Interface there. And interface there. Okay. You read up on it? And I guess especially natural in herd animals like guinea pigs to pick up on emotional changes. I guess that makes sense. Right. Now we've got to figure out how many of the stainless steel casings we need. So we need, what, 4 on each of the bottom layers. So that's 16. Plus 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20 times 7. Which is what, 140. Plus 156, plus another 4, so we need another 160 stainless steel casings. I'll start those going. I'm going to need a couple of fluid drawers as well. You got to that'll do? GG. There's no doubt something I've probably missed on these, but we'll figure that out once we get to it. Oh, I had slightly... this... I think I'm going to be 4 short. I think I miscalculated there. Oh, well, never mind. That's fine. We can make another 4. Oh, no, only 3 short. Close enough. There we go. These actually take a lot less time to build than I... Like, for some reason in my head, these always take, like, ages to build the distillation towers. But they never do. They're never really all that bad. It's mostly just the setting up the laser nodes. It takes a little bit of time. Speaking of which, we are going to need a lot more of them. Oh, we'll make another stack of those as well. That one will need to go there. Yeah, it's quite often the same, isn't it? Like you expect it to take considerably longer, but this is one of the good things I think about like getting decent infrastructure set up for everything is that it makes things like this like a lot quicker. Just because everything's there and set up already, you don't have to rush around getting like setting up resources or anything like that. Like everything's just there. It's just kind of processing times you got to wait for. I might have messed up here a little bit. Right, so orange. Yeah, I've got these switched around. This because I'm trying to like alternate the colors like between the orange and the purple. It's not something that doesn't really matter, but it's just like it's slightly nicer visually. And this is wrong because this should be orange. I forgot that we didn't have one on there. And that should be orange. And that should be purple. Alright, and then we got orange, purple. Basically just so they match up on both sides. It's one of those things that you're never going to see. Because eventually this will get covered over, but I still find it important. There we go, right. So, let's start getting stuff sent out to these. So we've got to get the ME cables sorted. I swear, I'm going through ME cables like nobody's business at the minute. It's getting a little ridiculous. Wait, where's my... Ah, there it is. The color applicator. Alright, so we need to bring that across there. No. Have you heard back from Cesare yet? Quiet. That's a little concerning. Right, we're going to need 5. I think HV. Yeah, we're going to need 5 HV energy converters. Yeah, like I don't even know who else he'd talk to. Why am I getting alerts on Discord? Okay, nothing interesting. All right, 5 of those. You know what? I think I want to actually put these at the back here. Do I? No, I think I do want them out of the way. I think they do need to be out of the way. Antonio, welcome. How you doing? All right. There we go. All right. Last one. Then we just got to actually get power to these things. I actually also need to set up storage cells for everything that's going to be coming out of this too. So, no, it's not about surviving on the moon. It's basically about building a factory to make the creative chest. That's pretty much the entire aim of it. Is making this. Which is not the easiest thing in the world to make. Alright. Right, let's figure out what we actually need to make storage cells for. So, we don't need it for the charcoal byproducts. We're never going to be storing that. But, hang on, let me just put something in the way there. We are going to need it for dimethylbenzene. We are going to need one for... Actually, we'll put the dimethylbenzene afterwards. Wood tar, wood vinegar, wood gas. And then let's just put another random kind of blocker item in there. I never be a mod pack which requires all creative items. It takes too much time. They can take a very, very long time. It's generally a very rewarding feeling, though, once you do get to the end of them. So I generally find it's worthwhile. Like, if you have the time to spare to be able to do it, it's generally worth it. Not everybody has the time, though. Toluene we already have. Dimethylbenzene we've got it there already. Creosote we will need. Creosote we can use for making lubricant as well, which is good. I'm pretty sure we need phenol still. And benzene I know we have. Then the wood vinegar. Methanol. I'm pretty sure we've got methanol already. I don't know about acetone. Let's put methanol in there anyway. We'll go through all these and see which ones we already have storage for. Anyway, some of these we will do. I don't think we've got methyl acetate, though. Pretty sure we don't have that. Or acetic acid. Water and ethanol we don't need. I know we don't need those. And then wood gas. There's a bunch of ones here which we may or may not have. So like carbon monoxide. Pretty sure carbon dioxide's in there as well. If nothing else, like even if we don't end up using these for anything, we know we can probably just break them down into oxygen if we need them. Which type of mod packs do I like the most? I like Skybox, personally. Uh, Anything that's interesting, really. Anything that kind of breaks away a little from the norm. I have been getting a little burnt out on Minecraft. I've been playing modded Minecraft now for probably going on 10 years at this point. And I am starting to get a little bit burnt out because there's very few things these days that are unique. But just anything that adds something different to it, to the normal progression of things. Right, let's see which one of these we actually still need. Right, we know we definitely haven't got those. I'm pretty sure we haven't got dimethylbenzene. Creosote, we haven't got one for either. Did we ever set one up for phenol? We did set one up for phenol already. Nice. Haven't got one for acetone. Methanol, I'm pretty sure we have. Yeah, methanol we have. Haven't got methyl acetate. Pretty sure we haven't got acetic acid. Oh, we do have acetic acid. Wait, where am I getting acetic acid from? Okay. Well, I'm good with that. We can get rid of that one then. We've got carbon dioxide and carbon dust. We don't have carbon monoxide yet. Okay. So we're going to need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 storage cells. Bear with me a second, chat. There we go. All right. Let's get rid of those. We need destruction cards. Wait, how many were we making of these? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, 8. Bear with me 2 seconds, chat. I'm sure they're fine, but it would be nice to be certain. Alright. So, need to do wood tar. Wood vinegar. What exactly is wood vinegar? Pretty sure you don't want to be putting that on your chairs. And wood gas. It does sound a little gross. You wouldn't want to put it on your food. Alright, dimethylbenzene. You probably wouldn't want to put that on your food either. Right, dimethylbenzene. I'm hoping we've got enough space for all this. Creosote. And then acetone. Methyl acetate. And carbon monoxide. We do have enough space. Perfect. Okay. Right, so that's everything sorted out for those. Let's get this... everything powered. Right, so... this unfortunately is a little bit annoying to do. But how I've got this set up, but that's fine. And Becky, thank you for the hydrate and the posture check. How are you doing, Becky? Are you feeling a little better today? Okay, so... how are we going to want to do this? We're going to want to have them there, I guess. And then there. Bring that over to there. Then to there, and then to there, and then to there. And then to there. Is that connected? Yes, good. Okay. And then I'm going to need to come out from there. Oh, I forgot again that we could do the auto connect on the ones at the top. God dang it. Doing okay then, had a turn, so not feeling too good, but working from home for a bit. I hope everyone's okay. I'm tired, but otherwise I am pretty good. All things considered. Panda, how are you doing? What do you mean back to square one, Panda? What is it with people coming in today and that you just like their first messages being really cryptic? What are we back to square one with? Or were you was that in reference to Becky? Ah, okay, I got you. Well, hopefully you'll feel better as the day goes on. Right, is that everything powered now? Yes. Yeah, it seems like everyone's struggling a bit today, which kind of sucks. Right, so we need to output to here. Nitrogen. And rubber logs. How many more lasers? Okay, that didn't work. Alright, and that can be orange as well. That can be purple. Alright, so we need to insert nitrogen into here. I really should probably not filter literally everything, but it always feels better to filter everything. What do I need circuit-wise for this? Circuit 4. God dang it. Always forget that. I need that. Orange. Then we need to insert rubber logs. Oh, I do need another storage cell, don't I? Because I need one for coal coke. Or is it charcoal we're going to be getting out of this? We're going to be getting charcoal, aren't we? Yeah, we need one for charcoal. Sir Metis, good afternoon. How are you doing? How's your Thursday going? Hopefully better than everyone else's. Everyone seems to be having a really crappy day today, and it sucks. Wait, do I already have one for charcoal? No. We've got like 5,000 charcoal in there. I'm surprised I don't have a storage cell for it. Charcoal. For some reason, I forgot for a second there that charcoal was an actual vanilla Minecraft thing. Grinding some old school RuneScape while watching some Twitch. Nice. How is the RuneScaping going? Another game I've never played. Right, there we go. Okay, so that needs to extract on orange. Does help if I put that in the right side. There we go, right. Gosh, orange is not with you, but you'll power through it. Is old school RuneScape free to play now? Or was it always free to play? I don't know. I know absolutely nothing about it, literally. Oh, is it? Okay, I might have to check it out at some point then. Is this going to be one of those things that I'll start looking at and then I'll Why are you not getting any power? Oh, 'cause you're facing the wrong fucking way, that's why. There we go. More like it. You never quit OSRS, you take breaks. That's fair. There we go. Right, we're getting our charcoal byproducts in now. Right, we can't do much with this until we've actually set all of this up. This is the bit that's going to take a little bit of time. And be somewhat tedious, but it needs to be done. Right, we just need to extract from there. And we'll copy that. Am I going to have enough fluid cards is the next question. Those should actually all be on that color, not on the other one. Not on orange, because these are an output going into the ME system. Okay. Right, now we should be able to transfer this from here. And there we go. We are now getting charcoal. Oh, fuck, I haven't done one for charcoal dust either, have I? Crap. Hold up. Need another 4K one for charcoal dust. Creeper snuck up on you while you were sieving dust to get gunpowder and blew up all the gunpowder. Oh, that's harsh. Maybe it thought you were killing his friends. That's where all the gunpowder came from. All right. Charcoal, dust. Okay. Right, so now we just got to do that and that. There we go. Right, okay. Now we've got to do the same on here. I have a feeling I'm going to run out of fluid cards. This is going to need to be inserting... Oh god, what did I do? I think I did this in the wood tar, wood vinegar, wood gas order, so this should be wood tar going into here.
Oh hey, Monifactory.
Monifactory? Larvae, 33 months. Can we get some love and hearts in chat? How are you doing, Larvae? I hope you're well, man. I've got to go and find your skin now as well. There you are. Too hot? Yeah, it is a little on the warm side at the minute, isn't it? There you go. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate it. Yeah, I knew it changed, but I couldn't remember what it changed to, and I knew I'd know your skin if I saw it, so it was just quicker to go and do it that way. But yes, we are playing Monifactory again. I've been for a while, actually. Hi, Reckless. How you doing? Right, have I got those done? I do. Right, so we need an extract on there. Extract the wood tar. And then we need an insert on there. Insert the inputs. Perfect. All right. And this was what we inserting on here? This was wood vinegar. And then we just got to do... I'm going to run out of cards, aren't I? Oh, wait, hang on. Never mind. We got a bunch already. All right, recovery has gone great. I actually completely forgot about that. I'm glad it's gone well. Hopefully the two of you are just doing well. How are the cats as well? Cats be crazy as fuck. So pretty much the usual then. Yeah, I thought as much. Alright. And this was wood gas. And then we just need extract from there. Insert in there. And we'll do the same on this. Insert on black. Extract on orange. Why have you... oh, right, yeah, because you are locked off at the minute, aren't you? Right, so we've got to extract from there. Well, I think we might need to put a couple of those in there. And then we've got to insert in there. There we go, right. Hey, Tyler. It's going alright, so I'm a little bit on the warm side, a little bit on the tired side. Otherwise, pretty good. There we go. So we've gone from when we stopped doing the building, we went from a single distillation tower to now we have what, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 of them. Oh, hold up. Can't be having that. There we go. That's better. We don't want the smoke going out everywhere. You shot find Q pics up and share later? Yes, please do. Right, these should be going not quite constantly. Actually, no, they should be going constantly. Why are they not? Oh, right, no, they shouldn't be going constantly. They should be going once every... Yeah, that's right. Should be going like once every 4 seconds or so. There we go. We've got a few more things coming in there from the distillation towers. Which is nice. The main thing we wanted that for was toluene. Although we're still not going to be getting it in as quickly as I want to get it in, but it's fine for now. We should also be getting a whole bunch of other stuff, like the dimethylbenzene. I wanted to know where we were getting the acetic acid from. We've got like 873 buckets. Oh, we're getting it from the fermented biomass. So we're not getting it in quickly, but we are getting it in routinely. Okay. Perfect. Okay, so that is part 1 for today. Part 2 is epoxy. We need to start making epoxy. Hey, Freefall. So... yeah, we need to make epoxy so we can start making better circuits. That is the next step. So, in order to make epoxy, we need... let's get rid of all this stuff first. In order to make epoxy, we need sodium hydroxide, which we're already making, an epichlorohydrin, and bisphenol A. It's a bit more of a pain than a lot of things to make, but it should be fine. So the epichlorohydrin is not that recipe. We've got a few options. This is the one we're going to be using. Glycerol and hydrochloric acid. Glycerol and hydrochloric acid, that'll get you 1 bucket of epichlorohydrin. The glycerol is... hydrochloric acid we should be getting anyway. Glycerol, we need ethanol, which we should have a reasonable amount of, and either seed oil or fish oil. Fish oil is going to be the easier way to do this, because we haven't really got a good way of making seeds that I can find. Anyway. I'm still in two minds as well whether to do it with the tiny piles of sodium hydroxide or to just do it with the 54 buckets at a time and make 9 buckets of glycerol. I think this might be easier, just so we don't have to craft the sodium hydroxide dust down into the tiny sodium hydroxide dust. So we just need to make an LCR for that. And then, yeah, but seed oil, we need 54 buckets. Bearing in mind, like, each seed, at best, I think, gives you 10 millibuckets. Yeah, wheat seeds at best give you 10 millibuckets. So that's 5,400 seeds you would need to run that recipe. That's a lot of seeds. And making wheat seeds is not all that easy. How many seeds do I have? 309. So we're a little short. No, it'd be enough for one bucket. 304 would get us 3,040. So yeah. But yeah, the easier way to do it is going to be with fish oil. Fish oil we can get from 40 millibuckets of fish oil from one raw cod. And you can get raw cod from the Guardian predictions. And 64. So you're basically going to be getting 64 of those every 50 seconds, roughly. So it's going to be worth it. It should be easy enough to do. So we need to get another Guardian prediction, which actually let's get that, or a Guardian data model rather. Let's put that on the bookmarks bar for now. But it works out the same with fish oil for this. If we want to do the large chemical reactor version, we need 54 buckets, or the one with the full thing. We need 54 buckets of fish oil and 9 buckets of ethanol. It takes 270 seconds to make, but that's not actually any different to these, I don't think. Yeah, it just works out the same. So how long would it take to get 54 buckets of fish oil? Oh, God, I'm destroying my keyboard. Hold on. Right, fish oil, 54 buckets. Like, bearing in mind we don't need this, like, ridiculously quickly, I don't think. But 40 millibuckets per fish. So, and you get 64 every 50 seconds. So 64 times 40 is 2.5 buckets every 50 seconds. So, that's actually quite, it's like one of those recipes every 17 minutes. That's actually really not that great either, is it? Ooh. But we need 1 bucket of glycerol, which gives you 1 bucket of epichlorohydrin. 1 bucket of each of those of epichlorohydrin and bisphenol A gives you 1 bucket of liquid epoxy. The epoxy for the raw carbon fibers doesn't use much, but we also need it for plates as well, because the epoxy sheets turn into the epoxy circuit boards, which then turn into the epoxy printed circuit boards. So we are going to need a reasonable amount of this. Although mostly it's just going to be for circuit things, so it's not going to be something that we need constantly. I am silently applauding life. How are you doing? This is... Okay, how far will 1 bucket of glycerol take us, though? Okay, so we'd get 9 buckets every... What do we say? 17.5 minutes, roughly. The 9 buckets of epichlorohydrin will get us 9 buckets of liquid epoxy.
Oh, I see. Running away, eh? You yellow bastard!
Alright, no worries, quiet. Go and take care of yourself. How quickly are we going to need liquid epoxy? We need 144 millibuckets per epoxy sheet. Each one of those will get us 1 epoxy circuit board. And each one of those will get us 1 epoxy printed circuit board, and each one of those will get us a few circuits, so... Nice life. Hopefully it's fun. Now, if we could get tropical fish, that would be nice. We can't, unfortunately, though. We can't even get raw salmon, either. Pufferfish? No. No, so it's got to be the cod. So, 64 of these every 50 seconds. We could arguably add a second Guardian data model onto there, so we'll get 128 every 50 seconds. So that would double the amount. Or there are auto fishers, but they're not going to be as quick as the they're not going to be as quick as the data model, I assume. I mean, we can try them. You've got like the aquatic entangler. And there is also a fisher from GregTech as well. It catches something every 630 ticks. 460 ticks, 290 ticks. They're not exactly fast. And I imagine the aquatic entangler isn't as well, but we can try it. But with the Guardian data models, you're getting essentially 1 fish, 64 fish every 50 seconds. But you're not, like you say, yeah, you're not going to be beating that. We can try though. Like, you never know with the with some of the components in there, or with one of the components in there, it might be faster. We can see. Oh, we've also got to make mithril as well. Let's just make a recipe for mithril gears. But no, I don't think it's gonna be better than. Oh, hold on. I don't think it's gonna be better than the data model. Where are we going? We're going over here. No, we're not. Where am I going? We're going over here. All right, Becky. I hope you feel better soon. I guess the one good thing about these is they don't use power. So, I guess you could spam them. Right, how long is it going to take to make the mithril gear is the question. Shouldn't be too long. I hope. I really hope. There we go. That's machine frame. Aquatic entangler. Let's see if we can make a component as well. Hey, random. It's going all right. Aside from being a little bit on the warm side, things going all right. We're just fishing, or trying to avoid actually fishing. There are baits we can use as well, like the aqua chow, which I think is supposed to speed things up. Right, I can't remember. Do I need a fishing rod in this? I can't remember. Been a while since I've used it. If we just stick it down there for now. No, it doesn't need a fishing rod. I'm assuming, given the fact that this is doing its thing here, I'm assuming this is actually working. Capture sorted aquatic life, use bait to boost production, and adjust what is caught. That doesn't help me to know whether this is actually working or not. Come on. Let's try putting it actually, like, below the surface. Yeah, this is going to be faster than the thing. Unless I'm doing this wrong, which is a distinct possibility. But there isn't really anywhere that tells you... Is there have we got the thermal PDR? It's not even showing up in here, is it? No, it's not even showing up in here. Well, that's helpful. That's useful. Right, I guess we'll go and check on that later to see if it's actually done anything. But unless I'm doing that wrong, which if I am, I don't know. I'm not sure. That's probably not going to be as fast as we need it. But right, let's work this out again. So say we set up 2 of the Guardian ones. We set up 2 Guardian data models. That'll give us 128 fish every 50 seconds, roughly. That's 5,120 millibuckets of fish oil every 50 seconds. So to get the 54 buckets we need, that'd take 10.5 of those periods. So 527 seconds or 8.7 minutes to make 9 buckets. I mean, that's actually not awful. That's actually not terrible. And shouldn't... It's going to take a little bit of power, because it's going to take like 2048 RF per tick to run the 2 of them. But it could be a lot worse. Ooh, how do we make prismarine shards? We can do them in the atomic reconstructor, right? Yeah, quartz in an atomic reconstructor. Wait, do I even have an... I don't even think I even have an atomic reconstructor at the minute, do I? And we need beryllium plates for the HV one. I know I've got some over here. I actually have one. Yeah, there we go. That'll work. How do I know how many numismatic dynamos will run with? Basically, what you need to do is figure out how many. By two things you need to figure out. One, how many diamonds per second or per tick you can make, and also how many diamonds per tick a dynamo will use. So in order to work those out, you basically look at the dynamo. It's with the setup that I've got with one component and 3 of the efficiency ones. That gives us 133% efficiency. So if you look at, it's a lot. It's quite a bit of maths to do this. But if you look at the diamond, you look at that in relation to numismatic dynamos. You can see it's you get 1.2 million RF per diamond. Right, at 132% efficiency, you multiply that by 1.33. That means you get 1,596,000 RF per diamond. If that's running at 6,250 RF per tick, you divide that by that 1.59 million, divide that by 6,250. That will tell you how many ticks one diamond will last. So in this case, 255.36. Or essentially, it will probably last 256. But so if we just say 256 ticks, that means you need one diamond every 256 ticks per dynamo. Or 0.003. I think it's 0.003 diamonds per tick. Or times that by 20, it's it works out about 0.6 or 0.06 diamonds per 0.06 diamonds per second. And then to work out how many diamonds you can make, you look at the shulker prediction. You get 6 diamonds every shulker prediction. If you just want to know the answer to how many it is, it's every 2 self-aware shulker data models will run 3 of these with this configuration of upgrades. Because it basically works out with the diamonds, it works out that you get 0.12 diamonds per second, I think it is. So in order to work that out, basically you look at the diamonds, how many you get. You get 6 diamonds each time you get a shulker prediction. So you could work it out, say like you can work out how long it will take to get one shulker prediction. Bearing in mind that as self-aware, it's a 30% chance. So if you do 1 divided by 0.3. So that's basically 100% divided by 30%. It gives you 3.33333. Each one of these cycles takes 15 seconds. So times that by 15, that gives you 50. So basically, you're going to get one prediction every 50 seconds. So every 50 seconds, you're going to get 6 diamonds, right? So if you do 6 divided by 50, that's 0.12. So you're going to get basically 0.12 diamonds per second from each shulker bot, from each data model. And then you just work out how many diamonds per second you need for the dynamos, and then you just kind of divide them together. I can do the maths. I'm not very good at explaining the maths. Are you on doing well with the surgery? Glad to hear that, Bennett. That's awesome news. I think I screwed up a little bit there on the maths for the actual dynamos, but yeah, so 255.36 seconds per diamond, divide that by 20, that's 12.768 seconds. 1 divided by 12.768 is 0.0. Yeah, so 0.078 diamonds per second. So essentially, that's essentially 0.08 second diamonds per second. And then you'll get 0.12 per second from the thing. So 0.08 times 3 is 0.24. 0.12 times 2 is 0.24. It kind of works out. But yeah, that's basically how you'll sort that out. I am very bad at explaining these things. Just tedious to do. See, I'm the opposite. I love to do the maths behind it. It's for some reason about it I find it quite calming. I find weird things calming, like storms. I find storms calming. Right, are these things still going? Have we... Yeah, you're still working. Perfect. Okay. Right. I forgot what I was doing now. Oh, right, yeah, the data models. What do we need? Prismarine? You have storms except when you're working. Storms are amazing. We don't get them very often, though, unfortunately. Right, where can I put these? Let's put them both in here. And these... Wait, we haven't got any other prismarine ones on these, have we? No, it doesn't look like it. And this... Oh, hold on. Hold the phone. We also need a storage cell for the fish. Oh, yeah, I can see that not being the greatest thing. I guess it's kind of like rain. Rain's great when you can sit inside and watch it, but when you've got to be outside in it, it's not quite as nice. For most people, anyway. I actually quite like being out in the rain. Another one of those things. I think it's a kind of a sensory thing. I like the feeling of rain on my skin. Right, okay, so... let's set these to run so long as there is below 32,000 COD. And unfortunately, we now just need to wait for those. What was the... Right, we can probably... We'll probably get a Guardian data model in from here first. I think they also do gold. So hopefully, we'll get a Guardian data model in here in a moment. Some point in the next 50 seconds. That's a lyric from something, right, Life? I can't remember what. I can hear the tune in my head, but I can't quite place what it is. Come on. All I want... Was I wrong about what we get from this? It is gold, right? Yeah. I probably missed it now while I was looking at that. Come on, just one little guard. It's probably got one in here already, hasn't it? No. Maybe not. Just one little Guardian prediction. That's all I want. Just one little Guardian prediction. Oh, was it Natasha Imbruglia or something like along those lines? Come on. Oh, no, we're not going to get one because it can't begin the simulation because we've already got 32,000 gold in there. Shit. It's not even running the simulation at the moment. God dang it. Just give me... Like, you've got 2 of them here. While we're waiting on that. I still haven't fixed these. To make them a nicer colour on the background. We've only got like 6% chance of getting these, but I don't want these to block this up. Oh, Natasha Bedingfield. Oh, no, it was Natalie Imbruglia, wasn't it? Not Natasha. Yeah, I'm thinking of... Like, I'm just combining 2 people together. It's... No, not off Badio makes you think you're in Spaceballs. Aren't they making a sequel to that? Right, okay, just so we can potentially get the thing in from here, let's... they are making one. Awesome. You know... Wait. Why? Oh, why was gold going through there? We just had one go through... Why? We just had data, one of the predictions go through there, and he was already set to gold for some reason. Come on, I just need this. I just need one prediction, just so I can grab it and put it into there and change. Wait. That. There we go. That's more like it. Right, now we're good. And we can turn that back to 32768 again. Okay, cool. Right, so now we'll start getting fish in. Also, we should be getting more toluene now as well. How are we doing for octane? Yeah, we're doing alright for octane as well. Okay, so we should be getting fish in. Or cod, specifically. Let's sort out... I really need to get... This place seems so dark. Now that it's not open to the sky. Like, now it's not open to the sky. It feels so dark in there now. I should... Even with night vision, I need to get some better lighting. Right, okay. So, fish oil. Hang on, let's get to the epichlorohydrin. We need to make glycerol. We've got to figure out what to do with the biodiesel as well. But I don't think we have... Do we have any other uses for glycerol besides epichlorohydrin? Glycerol trinitrates. Looks like it's used for making explosives. But not really something we need. So it can also be used to make ethylene if needed. And can be electrolyzed back into hydrogen, oxygen, and carbon. But no, we don't really have any other uses for glycerol. You know what? I don't even know if I've seen the original Spaceballs, or if I have, I don't remember it. Thought you were someone from... I apologize if we pulled you out of a nap, Becky. Right, so... we will do this in... Wait, do we want to do this in an LCR? Yes, because if we don't, we've got to do it with the tiny piles of sodium hydroxide. And I don't know if we can put that into a compacting drawer. Maybe we could. It doesn't really matter anyway. We can just do this recipe. This is the recipe we're going to be doing. Oh, no, not that recipe. That recipe. Yeah, the fish oil and ethanol. So to get the fish oil, to get 54 buckets of fish oil, how... Right, if we're making... I need to figure out how many extractors we're going to need for this. So we're doing 128 in 50 seconds. Oh, God. Wait. We need to do them in about in every 0.39 seconds. So if we just have 2 extractors, that should be more than enough. Or just about enough. And we can keep everything at LV then as well still. Which is nice. The Spaceballs you don't mind. Fair enough. Wait, who was even in Spaceballs? I can't even remember now. I've got a vague recollection of like some of the kind of promotional pictures and stuff. And I do remember Rick Moranis in it. But John Hurt was in there as well. John Candy, Mel Brooks. Holy shit. Anyway, right. We need a few things. We are going to need a large chemical reactor. Possibly, Becky, yeah. I'm not very good at sitting through movies anymore, though. I don't have the patience for it most of the time. How you doing, Al? We are also going to need a cupronickel coil. Right. Have we still not heard from Cesare, by the way? Right, we need 2 input hatches, 1 input bus, and 2 output hatches. 1 incredibly large... Oh, I didn't think about that. Ooh. How big of an input hatch? We'd need HV input hatches. And an HV output. 1 HV input hatch, 1 HV output hatch. That's actually not too bad. Been better me? It seems like that's a recurring theme today, Al. Like, everyone seems to be having a pretty shitty day today. I'm doing alright, though. Aside from being hot and tired, I am good. Yeah, it was just the fact that the Cesare came in and said, "Help me," and then that was it. And then now we don't know what's going on. It's a little concerning. Right. I'm gonna need to make some recipes for the HV input hatches, aren't I? Oh, okay. That's a lot more hatches than I thought. Right, HV input hatch. Wait, no, not that. Just regular glass, please. Thank you. And an output hatch. Mine's been a week, working Monday with a flat tire and can't find anyone to help. Any roadsides? That sucks, man. Hopefully it gets better. Hopefully things get better for everyone who's having a rough time. Because it's not fun. At all. Okay, right. We need an input hatch, and we need an output hatch, and we need 2 LV input and output hatches. I think we can do LV for the other ones, right? Yeah, 9 buckets and 9 buckets. So, yeah. So, 1 LV input hatch. 1 LV output hatch. We're going to need maintenance hatch as well. How are we doing for stainless steel now? Still doing all right. We still got some more to go through as well. I think I am going to put another one. What I really should do is just passive the stainless steel. But I don't know if we've got like the iron dust and everything else coming in routinely enough to do that. You know what? I'm in a very similar boat at the minute, food-wise, Hal. Although I don't have any cheese left, so it's mostly just peanut butter sandwiches. So I feel your pain with that. Right, let's just... I don't know how many of these we need, but let's just make another 20 of them. Tribble, thank you for the hydrate, man. How are you doing? But yeah, it does suck when you go through periods like that where everything is just seems to be shit and just going wrong. Alright, so... have we got our casings? We do. Right, we'll put this over here somewhere. Let's do it. Let's just do it next to this. We need to leave space for the extractors. Of course, I don't have a recipe for LV extractors. Why would I? Basic extractors. All right. We just need 2 of those. That should be enough. Gregor Bice, I appreciate it. Thank you. Enjoy the luck. You forgot a cheese knife when you moved. Had to grab one from Mum's. Well, to be fair, you can use... like, in a pinch, you can use pretty much any knife with cheese. It's not ideal, but it's doable. Didn't have any shot. Oh, okay. Well, even with a blunt knife, you can still cut cheese, like most cheese anyway, as long as it's not kind of like especially hard cheese. Right, so if we're going to have this centered, that would go there. Yeah, we're not gonna be able to do this centered, are we? So we're just gonna do those like that, and then we'll do that there. Have the energy hatch in here. That way we can power all of these. I would have an interface down there. Brings more, yes. Make sure anyone who's in the, well, just make sure you're drinking plenty of water. That just goes to anyone, whether you're in a hot climate or a hot place at the moment or not. What's taking your time? Oh, because you're going to be macerating stuff for that, aren't you? Yeah, I need to start processing... Actually, yeah, that's actually not a bad idea. I need to start processing a few more of my raw ores, just so I can get stuff like iron dust, so we don't have to... where are we? There we go. So just so we don't have to wait for it to be macerated. Do I have anything that's iron-based here? Or that can give us iron dust? Funny enough, raw iron does. Nickel, tin, hematite, goethite, chromite, garnerite. We might have some garnerite. Ilmenite, magnetite, powerlite, pyrite. I don't want to go out and find stuff and mine. I don't want to manually mine stuff. I've got a bunch of sulfur. I thought that was limonite for a second then. We've got pentlandites, pitch blends, porosite, we've got some pyrite. What else are we going to get from the pyrite? Sulfur, tricalcium phosphate, and then eventually iron. So not a huge amount, but that'll be fine. Quartzite's not going to get us anything. Iron will. Download the pad, but it looks intimidating. It can definitely look intimidating at first, like especially if you start looking, if your first kind of introduction to it is like the kind of the more mid to late game stages, because everything just looks incredibly complicated. But as you, the good thing about this pack, and the good thing about GregTech in general, is that it does kind of ease you into it slowly. And with this pack especially, it does give you a very nice quest line to follow, which kind of runs you through everything that you need to know. So don't let the kind of it looking complex, like where we are here, kind of put you off playing it. Like, definitely try out the pack. Playing FTB Evolution as well. I've never actually played FTB Evolution. I think I got put off Evolution by modern industrialization. It's not my favorite of mods. Oh man, we're still waiting on the freaking iron dust. God damn it. Alright, we're going to be waiting a while for our interface. That's fine. Right, if we do output over here. We'll do the outputs there. Yeah, and then do the inputs over this side. Input hatch, input hatch. Pipe casing. And I forgot the maintenance hatch. Wait, did I just put my maintenance hatch away? I did. There we go. Right. Might it be even worth it for a Greg hater like you to try it? I mean, if you really hate GregTech, probably not Guitar Lilin. But if you have any interest in kind of wanting to learn GregTech and to actually give it a proper try, then this is probably one of the best ways you can start. But if you really don't have any interest in GregTech whatsoever, then I would probably not even try it. Just because you'll if you go into it not wanting to play it and not really liking the main mod in there, then you're probably going to end up just kind of, it's just kind of a self-fulfilling prophecy. I would urge anybody who has never played with GregTech before, though, to try out GregTech. You may end up liking it. I've made a couple of tries before, end up feeling very overwhelmed and overcomplicated. It can definitely feel that way at first. And this like GregTech is definitely not for everyone. Not everyone is going to enjoy it. Not everyone is going to his brain is going to work in the same way that you need it to for GregTech, and that's fine. That's one of the great things about this game in general, is that even working at the minute, is that everyone has their own things they enjoy, their own way of playing, and there's so many different positives and negatives to kind of everything. I just went off on completely went off the rails there at the end. I apologize. Words are hard today. I mean, all you can do is try it, and if it doesn't work out, then no harm done. Just kind of move on to something that is definitely kind of more your kind of thing. But I will say, if anyone ever has any interest in trying something, but they don't think they'll like it, try it anyway. Like, if it's not something that's going to, as long as it's not something that's going to cost you money to do, then there's no harm in trying it. If you try it and find out you don't like it, move on. As simple as that. All right. I realized that I've done my cabling differently in the different platforms, and I'm kind of annoyed about it. I'm gonna have to change things, I think. Because the way I've done the cabling, I like to have like one kind of backbone cable going through each chunk, and then everything else comes off those. And on this one, I've got those cables running down from like the end closest to the center down each of the things. And on this one, on the one over here, if I can find it, on this one, it's done. We've got one backbone cable going all the way down the center, and then other ones coming off to the sides, and it's not the way I want it to be. I might have to change that at some point. It doesn't matter one way or the other, but I like things to be consistent. Looks so fun when you see people play, but when you try on your own, it's like, Google error. Yeah. I mean, just the best way to do it, I think, is I think Quiet had a fantastic approach to it when she tried it last. But she basically said she was approaching it as though it was a completely different game. Kind of not playing it as though it is a Minecraft mod, but just treating it as kind of its own thing altogether. Like, because if you try and approach GregTech the same way as you approach any other mod, you're probably going to struggle. Whereas if you approach it in a way as though it's just something completely different and not like any other mods you've played before, or anything else like that you've played before, then you'll probably have an easier time. Yeah, exactly, Tribble. It's one of the kind of things that you don't want to get too far ahead of yourself, or you absolutely will get, you absolutely will kind of overwhelm yourself. It's the kind of thing that's like, but even if you don't do that, like there's no guarantee that you're going to enjoy it. Like, even if you do take it, like, approach it that way, there's no guarantee you're going to enjoy it. Okay, so let's grab a couple of those card cloners just in case we need them. And what's that? Raw cod? Nope. Oh, wait, hold on. Need to round robin that. Sounds like a good plan, Guitar Lil. Oh my god, why can I not talk today? What is wrong with me? Jesus Christ. Right, so this needs to have... This is the fish oil, right? This is the fish oil that we need 54 buckets of. So if we put fish oil into there... And then that is going to be the ethanol. We also need to output ethanol to here. And we're also going to need to output sodium hydroxide. How much sodium hydroxide do we have at the minute? Oh, plenty. Right, so... Before we go any further, we... What am I going to do with all the frickin' biodiesel as well? We're going to end up with so much biodiesel. Yeah, that definitely... Like, the mining for resources, thankfully in that pack, in this pack, that's actually a lot easier. Just because you get given the mining hammers to start with. But, right, one thing I will say, as far as the watching your pile of resources dwindling, when you mine out a vein, never just like, if you go out mining, never just mine what you need. And the same with crafting as well, never just craft what you need. If it's something that you know you're going to need more of later, mine out as much as you can when you're mining it out. And the same with crafting of, especially of components, things like motors, circuits. Always craft more than you need, because if you have to stop and do all the micro crafting, like every time you need a new circuit or what have you, then you're going to have an absolutely horrible time. Whereas if you do it all in one go, it makes life a whole lot easier. Why are you not inserting fish oil? Because you're an output hatch. That'll be why. That would explain it. Let's try that again, shall we? Right, that should be... Yeah, there we go. That's better. And that should give us the ethanol. Beautiful. Do I just want to turn this glycerol directly into epichlorohydrin? We're not using the glycerol for anything else, are we? And I've just realized there is a much easier recipe here. Potentially. Provided we're making enough propene. God damn it. So this recipe is a whole lot easier. We could have just used the LCR and done used chlorine, propene, water, and sodium hydroxide to get the epichlorohydrin. I always forget this about the fact that when you get the LCRs unlocked, they unlock a few easier recipes. Although that being said... We're going to get 1 bucket for 3 sodium hydroxide. Glycerol... Okay, it takes a lot more sodium hydroxide. Because we would get 9 buckets from 1 sodium hydroxide rather than 3. Rather than 1 bucket from 3 sodium hydroxide. But sodium hydroxide isn't exactly hard to come by. And this way we do also get biodiesel as well, which we can use for a little bit of extra power. And if we turn it to cetane-boosted diesel, we can get even more out of it. So cetane-boosted diesel, it's 770 EU per in a combustion generator. But combustion generators, if we're using the combustion generator though, we're gonna be doing it with high octane gasoline, so we don't actually need the diesel. Oh, god damn it. The only other thing is, are we making enough propene and chlorine for this? Alright, propene we are getting from, not from steam cracked butadiene. We are getting it from lightly steam cracked naphtha. And we're getting 200 millibuckets roughly every 6 seconds. And how much do we need? 1 bucket every 32 seconds. So we would be making enough propene. And I'm pretty sure we're probably making enough chlorine. Bearing in mind, we will be getting one. We can technically get 1 bucket of that back from the salt water. If we electrolyze it. But we do need hypochlorous acid as well. Or there's more chlorine, same amount of propene and water. Oh, do I just want to use this recipe? I think I do. But we need 4 buckets. We need to be getting 4 buckets of chlorine every 32 seconds. We'd only be getting 1 bucket back from the salt water. I'm not sure which of the, without doing a little bit more testing of this, I'm not sure which would be better. Are we getting 4 buckets of chlorine every 32 seconds? We can always make more chlorine, though. That's not too bad to do. How are we get? I think we're just getting chlorine from the salt water at the moment. But that's only running at every 36 seconds. Hold on. Hold on. We're making chlorine. This was our... This was making out the chlorine for us. So I don't think we're making enough chlorine. So I think I am still going to stick with this recipe for now. We'll possibly change it later. And then we can potentially use the biodiesel for making cetane-boosted diesel and then potentially get power out of it that way, but... Decisions. I guess technically the hydrochloric acid, you're actually getting 3 buckets of chlorine back if you count the stuff that's in the hydrochloric acid. What are we even using chlorine for? I think we're using it for a few things. Oh, we are? I think we are using it to make polydimethyl siloxane at the moment as well. I think we're making not there, but here. No, we're not using chlorine. We are just using hydrochloric acid. See, these are the bits that I always struggle with when it comes to Greg Tech. Is there's so many different options and different ways you can approach things, and it just depends which one is the most viable. I think this is technically more expensive for us, but it just makes it easier because you need less machines in order to do it. So we could all do it. We could do the epichlorohydrin all in a single LCR, or we could do it in a bunch of different machines. I think, though, honestly, we've run out of... How do we run out of fit? Oh, because we're not... the data models aren't as self-aware yet, are they? I think, honestly, we're going to use the... We're going to use this... this recipe. For the time being. And that means we're going to have to tear all of this down. And do I want to... Right, this side. Do I want to keep the fish oil? Do I need the fish oil for anything? Do I need fish oil for anything else? Glycerol? Which is what we were making for. Do I need glycerol for anything else? We worked that out that no, we don't. Didn't we? Just epichlorohydrin. Or we can make more ethylene out of it, but that's kind of neither here nor there. We don't really need to worry about that. So we don't really need the fish oil for anything. So, do we just get rid of the 48 buckets of fish oil that we have? Probably. Hello, Pangi? I apologize if I'm butchering the name, but welcome. How are you doing? Right, we're definitely keeping the ethanol. We know that much. Right, there's a very good chance I'm going to have to increase my chlorine production. But we are going to do it the other way. And we are just going to be dumping the fish oil. And we're going to move this across as well, since we're going to have to change things up a little bit. Oh, god dang it. Gotta get rid of all these as well. Once again, I really wish there was an easier way of doing this. You doing good? Glad to hear it. Alright, let's get rid of that. Okay. And that. And that. Okay, so we can move this to pretty much directly next to here now. So we'll basically be going there. Is this the create mod? No, this is Greg Tech that we're playing with at the moment. Right, so we just need 3 input hatches. I think I've already got one in there anyway, haven't I? Never mind. Yeah, this is this is Greg Tech. Two, 3. So those are the input hatches. If we're going to turn the epichlorohydrin directly into epoxy, which is probably the best thing for us to do. Oh, that's a recipe I didn't see before either. We don't need to make the bisphenol A directly. We can just make use phenol, acetone, and hydrochloric acid. So that would be quite nice. So yeah, we just need to make another LCR. Right, what do we need? We need maintenance hatch. Needs to go on there. How many outputs have we got from this? 3. And then this just needs to be run at LV, technically. We don't need to run this any quicker than LV, honestly. Output hatches. Casing. And what else do we need? We need pipe casing. We need the coil. And we just need an input bus as well. And the energy hatch. I think we can put there. And then the input bus. I'm actually feeling like I've got this in the wrong place already. This needs to be moved over by a block. So otherwise we're not going to have space to the sides here. You agree though, some in this complex is no longer Minecraft? It's definitely still Minecraft. But it definitely, it does kind of move away a lot from kind of what most people would consider to be Minecraft, if that makes sense. It's kind of, I imagine a lot of people, especially people who don't play Minecraft, see it as just this kind of blocky kids game kind of thing. I probably wouldn't feel quite the same if you showed them this. Alright, and we need... Where's my energy hatch gone? That's the converter. Wait, where is my energy hatch? There it is. I'm going blind. Alright, we need an input bus in here. Which I know I've got somewhere. No, that's an input hatch. Where's my input bus gone? Am I going blind here? Did I not make an input bus? I did not. Alright, so those can go there. And then we've got the 3 output hatches. There, there, and there. Okay. And then we'll do the interface down here. Move that over. All right, we may as well just have this and the entire setup for the epoxy in here. All right, so we need converter. Oh, actually, if we're doing the entire thing for epoxy here. Right, 24 seconds. They're both at LV. So yeah, if we just use a 4-amp converter, and then we'll run this. it's not going to connect, is it? It needs to be angled downwards. Oh my god, everything's becoming a mess. I'm struggling to keep control of where the hell everything is. Alright, that goes there. And then we'll bring the other... Oh, actually, are we going to want to bring this? Oh, we're probably going to want to do this, aren't we? Have it more like that. That way we can bring this across here to wherever we have the other LCR. And then lasers on there. Right, so for the other LCR, for making the actual epoxy, let's actually bookmark that recipe specifically. We just need 3 input hatches. Actually, you know what? I'm just going to clear some of this crap out of my inventory right now. This is getting a little bit hard to manage. We don't need that at the minute. We don't need that. We don't need that. Don't need that. Put that away for now. We are going to need that. We are going to need those. We're not going to need that. We're not going to need that. We don't need that. All right. Large chemical reactor. And then we also need another cupronickel coil for this. Right, so we're going to end up running this every 32 seconds. So if can we get 2 buckets of phenol every 32 seconds? That's actually a bit of a... We might need to set up another, we might need to set up another pyrolyzed oven to get more phenol. Because we're definitely not going to get enough from what we're making at the moment. We'll be getting like 75 millibuckets every 4 seconds. And we're going to need 2 buckets every 32 seconds. Welcome back, Quiet. So yeah, we're going to need more phenol. We're going to need to set up, make sure we can set up acetone production as well. Which should be easy enough. With an LCR, again, we can just do like 3 buckets of acetic acid and 1 piece of quicklime, which isn't consumed. We can get 2 buckets of acetone. And the acetic acid is relatively easy. I believe we're getting some from there and some from there. But there was... Yeah, just oxygen, hydrogen, and carbon will give us acetic acid as well. There's a bunch of stuff we need to do here. Alright, we've got PTFE casings there. Got that. We've got the large chemical reactor. How many inputs did we need? 4 inputs. How are you feeling now, Quiet? We're also going to need 3 output hatches. We'll also need a maintenance hatch. And we are probably going to need a few more of the chemically inert casing. So if we just make a few more of those, just to be on the safe side. And once I've got this this LCR made, I will probably take a break then, because I kind of need one. Alright, and this will go here. Nope. It's going to have to go one block further over, isn't it? This we are going to have it. That's that and that. And then there as well. Oh, LV energy hatch as well. I almost forgot that. Kind of an important one. Big groggy still, don't feel like being productive. Not every day has to be a productive day. You can just have days off every now and then. Alright, so that goes there. We got the maintenance hatch yet? Didn't even start making the maintenance hatch. Or I did, and I think I made the wrong one. That's... Does not go there. I might have to start wall sharing soon. Okay. Right, so that will be... Hang on, let's get some signs on these so we know what they're making. So this is going to be... epichlorohydrin. I can't remember if I've spelled that right or not. Yeah, I did. I'm surprised that fits on, actually. That's going to be epichlorohydrin. That is... This one will be specifically for epoxy. And then we're going to have to do the acetic acid and everything else elsewhere. That's going to be for epoxy. We could arguably have wall shared these, but... Sleepy bear is sleepy? Hold on. Hold on. I can't even see the sleepy bear. Is it in the last camera? I can't see properly. Oh, yeah. There he is. Or she is. I imagine you're spending quite a lot of time looking at that. Alright. Do that. Right, we'll hook this up, then I'm going to need to go on a break. Before I forget. Alright. There we go. And... There we go. Okay. Right, on that note, I'm going to go and take a short break. If you guys have been sat down for a little while yourselves, I do suggest you do the same thing. Just get up, wander around, use the bathroom, whatever you got to do. Don't go too far, though, because I will be back in just a couple of minutes. I am going to run some ads during the break. I'll only ever run these during the break, though, so you shouldn't miss anything. But I will be back in just a moment. All right, everybody, I am back. Thank you all for sticking around during that break. It is greatly appreciated. Okay. Let's get back to this. We have a lot of stuff still to do. I think we are going to have these on separate laser networks as well, rather than having everything going through one interface. We want another want to have another one in there. Thank you for the welcome backs. All right. Made that a little awkward for myself. There we go. Right. Okay, so that will be for making the epoxy. So we need to make sure we're getting in plenty of phenol, acetone, and hydrochloric acid. The hydrochloric acid, most of it, like 50% of it, we'll get back anyway. But the phenol and the acetone are a little different. We're going to need to be running this every 32 seconds. I think that's how long it takes to get 1 bucket of epichlorohydrin. We will get... Oh, looking at this, actually, we will get... We'll actually get 2 buckets of salt water back from this, so we'll actually get 2 chlorine back from this. So we're only using 50% of the chlorine, which actually isn't... Which is a lot better than I thought. Phenol... We're going to have to set up another pyrolyze oven for this. And then we can use the steam that we're making elsewhere. And that'll give us coal coke and phenol. Or we can use oxygen, gas, and cumene, which we don't have. Yeah, okay, so we're going to have to set up another pyrolyze oven for this then. It's not something we need to have coming in, like, stupidly quickly. But if this is like 1 bucket every 30 seconds, so if we run this at MV, 1 bucket every 15 seconds, that should give us enough to get the 2 buckets every 30 seconds, with a little bit left over as well. The acetone we'll figure out after we've done the phenol. And I think that might, given that we've got all this space at the back of here, I think this is probably where we're going to end up putting the... This is probably where we'll put the other pyrolyze oven for making phenol. Wait, what the hell was that? Yeah, we'll put the other pyrolyze oven down here. Again, we'll probably only want to do this with cupronickel coils, though we don't... Or do we? Maybe we can't do it with cupronickel coils. So we need 2 buckets. We run this at MV. That's 15 seconds, but the problem is it's... With cupronickel coils, it gives it a 75% of the speed. Or 75, only 75%, it's 75% or 25% slower. Which means it'd take like 20 seconds. Which means we'd only get 2 buckets every 40 seconds. So no, we're going to have to do it with Canthal coils. Just so we don't lose any of the speed. And then we need an MV energy hatch. That away now as well. What else do we need for this? For the phenol, we need... We are going to need steam. Which I hope we're making enough. Because we're using steam for some of the cracking processes over there as well. But hopefully we're making enough. But we're going to need an input hatch. We're going to need an input bus. And we're going to need an output bus and an output hatch. Input bus. Output bus. Output hatch. And we're going to need a maintenance hatch. And we're going to need a muffler. Today might be a comfort food day. Sounds like a good plan. I'm actually, as much as I shouldn't do, I'm actually tempted to actually order food today. Like, it's, because with it getting hotter again, like, the last thing I actually want to do is cook. So it might be a day where I order food. The only thing I find with ordering food is 9 times out of 10 you order it and then it's like it looks really appealing and it sounds really appealing when you order it, and then you actually get it and it's not actually all that nice, and you kind of regret your decisions. Hopefully that won't be the case today though. Alright, so we've got the coils coming in. What else do we need? We need the ULV casings. We need the MV energy hatch. We're also going to need an MV energy converter. Oh, there's something I need to go and check on as well before I forget. Ah, yeah, we are running out of gallium now. I think we just need to put gallium in there, and that should give us the gallium foils. Chinese takeaway near your sister is awesome. We've never had a bad meal from them. Because to be fair, it's the same with the Chinese near us as well. Chinese near us, I never normally order Chinese food. I hadn't really eaten much Chinese food, but when Em was staying here before, we ordered it quite a bit. Well, she ordered it quite a bit. I usually complained about the fact that we were spending money on food when we didn't need to, but it was always really nice from there. I don't know if I feel like Chinese at the minute, though. Best part about ordering food for you is how shitty you feel about ordering it after you finish eating. Yeah. I can relate to that. Especially if you don't have, like, a huge amount of disposable income. Right, what else am I missing? Maintenance hatch. We've got the muffler in there. We've got the muffler in there. We've got the energy hatch. We've got the converter. We've got pretty much everything else we need at this point. Right, we're doing inputs on that side. So we may as well line it up with this. It doesn't have anything to do with this, but we may as well line it up with it anyway. So input hatch and input bus will go there and there. And the output hatch, output bus will go there and there. I think we'll actually put the muffler on this side, and we'll put what's it called? The controller on the other side this time. Although we'll still have everything else over in the same place, pretty much. We'll do the energy hatch. Actually, let's clear out these bits first as well. Yes, they do. It's one of the things I want to get to at some point in the near future. Hideyoshi, it's actually incredibly nice. Although if you're not prepared for it, it can kind of overwhelm whatever storage system you have. You just end up with so much crap. We'll take the converter and sort that out in a moment. Those go there. Those go there. Those go there. Now we've just got to wait for... no, that doesn't want to go there, does it? That needs to go off to one side. Yeah, that needs to go off to one side. That goes there. Alright. So, we're just waiting on a few more coils. How many more do we need? 6 more. 6 more coils. We're going to need interface. More lasers. Right, and these can be purple. Right, where's my interface gone? There it is. All right. Okay, and then we're going to need to output steam and coal. What are we going to need for circuits on this? We actually have... We used to have a whole load of coal dust. Do we still have loads? We've got a little bit, but not a ton. Still got a lot of coal, though. Okay, so... Every time. Alright, let's try that again. Thank you. Alright, so... We input coal into there. Steam into here. If we can find it. Because for some weird reason, stuff gets to... Like, I don't know why it does this. Like, for some reason, these filters mess with EMI for some weird reason. Like, when you're inside the filter, the tooltip gets put behind the items, so you can't see it properly, and stuff gets hidden. That's what we're trying to find. There. It's still there, it just gets hidden for some weird-ass reason. And there's the coils. Beautiful. Alright, and then... thank you for all the follows today, by the way, guys. I appreciate it. Right, like that. And then give it some power. Alright, so that's got some power. What do we say we needed circuit-wise? 14. You're looking for a modded Minecraft streamer? There's quite a few of us out here still. There are still quite a few modded Minecraft streamers around. Although not as many as they used to be. But welcome to the stream. I hope you're doing well. Alright. And then we need to extract from here. Ah. I didn't put it on extract. That would explain it. Okay, so that should be getting us a bucket of phenol every 20 seconds. Every 15 seconds, in fact. Yeah, every 15 seconds. And a bunch of code. One thing we don't have yet, though. Only know Sir Wiggly. Mr. Wiggly does make some good content. And some interesting mod packs as well, or is involved in some interesting mod packs, should we say. Right. What do we need? We need another storage drive for coal coke. Pretty sure we haven't got one yet, right? Nope, we don't. All right. I'm trying my best to make it look pretty. It's actually working out quite well. It's been a while since I actually came close to finishing builds. This might be one of the times when I actually do. Right, we have got a whole lot of coal coke already. Alright, it's getting there. It's still got a long way to go build-wise. We've been this is the approach I've taken to it this time around. I'm actually really liking. Because normally I would try and do bits and pieces of building as I was doing other stuff, and my brain would be all over the place. Whereas this time, like every few weeks or so, I've been stopping and then taking a week or so to just build. Not worry about progress or anything like that. Just build. And this time I've been trying to be a little more kind of focused with the building. It's working well. Right. Extract from the phenol from there. The coal coke from there. There we go. We're good. You've adopted that style and it feels so much better. It works really nicely. Like, it's your attention isn't kind of divided. Like, you know, like once you start that building phase of it, you know that you're just going to be building, so you can just focus on that. Recently built a proper base you're happy with for the first time. Nice. My usual approach, like the usual approach that I used to take, it would be that I would, like I say, I would just do bits and pieces here and there, and I would never get builds finished. Sure, some tastefully placed diorite would work wonders. No, I'm pretty sure it wouldn't. Dribble. I mean, unless the wonders you're attempting to work are to make my base look awful. And I'm sure you wouldn't want that, would you, Tribble? Right, okay, so that should be getting us enough phenol in now. The last thing we need to worry about is acetone. I appreciate that, Ghost. And they're not always amazing quiet. You saw my wonderful netherrack and dirt mess that we had yesterday. That's the wonderful buildings that I can make. Right, acetone. How are we making acetone? This might be the way to go with it. Like, we can get a bunch of it from, like, some of it from, like, distilling various things, but we can also do it with fluid heaters as well, with dissolved calcium acetate. I know nobody's got time to redo this entire base made out of dirt and netherrack. As good as I'm sure it would look. There was some way I saw of making, yeah, there was this method we had of making acetone. Do I have a video on how to design Future Planner base for Moni? Unfortunately, not. All of my VODs are available on YouTube, but I've never really been one for doing kind of like tutorial videos. Do you recommend watching someone else on that? I honestly don't know who to suggest. Threefold is always good for anything Greg Tech related, and his bases are always incredibly nice as well. So, I don't know if he's got any videos on kind of planning for bases. It's something I always struggle with myself, which is why I kind of, especially with something like GregTech, if you've never really played through with GregTech before and you don't know how much space, it is very difficult to figure out just how much space you're going to need. That's why this is one of the reasons I've made everything quite as big as I have. Like, we've got a fairly chunky area here that we can use. So, like, I basically just built it so I knew I was going to have enough space. If said gambling was bad, you just spend 30 silver coins and yeah, you got diamonds. Bless this, the FTB shop. Is that in Skies too? It's your first time exploring GregTech and you're still in ULV age on money? Honestly, I would, if it's your first time playing through GregTech, I would probably worry a little less about, like, base design. Just keep it as a lawn base, like, to start with, just lay things out, like, as you realize you need something, just add more space to it. As you need it, and don't worry so much about making a nice, like, an aesthetic design, because trying to worry about aesthetics while also trying to learn GregTech, it's a lot to take in, and especially since things kind of scale up and things ramp up as you progress through the various tiers, and you end up with some fairly chunky multi-blocks as well. Yeah, what Ghost Sean's advice is actually pretty decent as well. One thing you can do if you really want to see, like, kind of how much space you're going to need, like, find somebody who's got to the end game of Monifactory and see, like, how much space, or see if you can find somebody who's got, like, a base tour maybe from the end game of the pack. That will give you a good kind of gauge for how much space you're going to need. I will say though that what we've got here, we are definitely going to have enough space. Largely because we've also got, like, literally all of this space under here as well. But it's probably a good idea, like, however much space you think you need, just add a little bit more to it. And you're probably closer to what you're going to need. What you're doing in this pack, at least until you get to the point where you can effortlessly craft construction materials. He's taken over a couple of adjoining lost cities. Yeah, that's also another good point. With Monifactory, you do have lost cities in here as well, so you do have some, like, pre-built buildings as well. So though that's also a nice idea. Right, acetic acid. How are we going to make enough acetic acid? Methyl acetate, water, and sodium hydroxide. We're not getting that much methyl acetate, though, are we? Oh, God, no. Barely any. Okay, so maybe not that option. But this will give us 2 buckets of acetone. We need to look at, we're going to need to make quite a lot of acetone, like, in general, because we're going to need this for making raw gasoline, which we're going to need for making high-octane gasoline later on. So we are going to need to make a decent supply of acetone. Yeah, exactly. It's a very nice way to start, Path. Find them really compact, though. What, the Lost Cities Ghost? Yeah, this is one of the reasons I don't use them. I personally, I like to build from my own things from scratch anyway. Like, it's the way I've generally liked to do things. So I tend not to, like, take over buildings like that, but they definitely, unless you can find one of the ones in, like, a 2x2 chunk area, they can feel a little compact, but they're usually okay, especially for early game. Right, okay. I'm getting sidetracked here. We're supposed to be making acetone. This is likely to be our best option, because all we need is, like, 1 piece of quicklime. We need 3 buckets of acetic acid, though. which we can make with oxygen, hydrogen, and carbon, but we haven't got... We still don't have a really decent source of hydrogen. Oxygen we can get plenty of. Carbon dust we should be getting plenty of from petrochem stuff. And we can always get more anyway. All we need to do is grind down a diamond and make... and get 64 carbon dust from 1 diamond dust. But we need like 12 buckets of hydrogen just for the acetic acid. Okay, let's have a look at what we can actually do in terms of getting more hydrogen, because we need a lot of hydrogen. We can use some of the methane we've got to make more hydrogen. Yeah, 2 buckets of more water, 1 bucket of methane will give you 8 hydrogen and some carbon dioxide. Not an expensive recipe power-wise, but it will get you a decent amount of hydrogen. And I think we've got plenty of methane at the moment. Yeah, we've got 23,000 buckets of methane. And there are other things I think we need it for later. Well, dimethylbenzene we're already getting in from elsewhere. Tetrafluoroethylene. Yeah, we are using it to make the tetrafluoroethylene. But I think we should be getting a decent amount of it. Where are we getting all of our methane from? We are getting it from steam cracks. I'm guessing heavy fuel and naphtha. This is half of what GregTech is. It's for the most part, it's just finding trawling through JEI and figuring out what the best way to do things is. We are getting some from the hydrocracking of light fuel as well. That's very unlike you, Guitar Lily. What's made you do some create? Centrifuge refinery gas as well for... Wait, do we have... Are we making an excess of refinery gas? No. No, we're not. Okay. Actually, wait. Why are none of these running? Oh, I guess because we've gone through the backlog of everything. I need to upgrade... Actually, I think we're going to do this now. We need to upgrade this distillation tower to HV. Because we need to get more of the various oil byproducts in. There's no autosieve in 120 version, so they have a quest to make a sifter, and then you have to make your way... Ah, okay. That makes sense. Oh, this acetone is going to really screw me up. Propene, benzene, oxygen, and phosphoric acid. If I had phosphoric acid, that would actually not be a terrible way of doing this, but we haven't got phosphoric acid and have no way of making it consistently. Need an HV converter as well. Let's turn that off. Alright, I am gonna change this ever so slightly as well, I think. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. HV energy hatch in there. Converter there. I just need a laser connector. And that broke everything. Well done. Alright. Now if we turn that back on. Okay, that should be going a little bit faster. It's probably still not going to be getting everything as quickly as I would like, but should be okay for a bit. Channels are not enabled by default. And I chose not to turn them back on again. Usually I do like my big ME systems and my large ME controller. But with this pack specifically, it's nice to not have to worry about it. It is, yes, and I think they're enabled in hard mode and expert mode. But not in normal mode. Then with the very beginner level for the rest of the pack, they should have explained how to make the machine. You would have thought they would do that, wouldn't you? Okay, if I can get a source of hydrogen, I think we'll be fine for the acetic acid. And I think it's going to have to be this. Like, how much methane do we have at the moment? Yeah, I think I'm just going to have to set that up so we can make hydrogen with the methane. I'm pretty sure I set something up over here anyway. Oh, no, I did do that, didn't I? I forgot we set this up with the sodium. Yeah, I forgot to set this up for the sodium. We are, this is making the sodium hydroxide and a bucket of hydrogen every 3 seconds. And how much do we need for the acetone? So if we did this every 20 seconds, we're going to need 12 buckets. So we're basically going to need 0.6 buckets per second. How much are we making again? Sorry, my brain has literally just decided to turn to mush. For 3 seconds. Hold on. We should be making 6 buckets every 12 seconds. Yeah, not enough. Good old pillar mill and sifter. Hey, if it works, it works. They just put your cells into your system versus the actual machine for it. How do you mean? Oh, are we talking about for my storage drives? My storage cells? Was that what you meant? Yeah. Basically, I've got they're on a separate network that is these all have storage buses on them on a separate network that this is linked to. So we can basically just put storage cells into the storage drives from wherever we are. Pretty sure I can't remember who I stole that idea from, but it definitely was not my idea though. But feel free to use that. We got to figure that. I've got to figure out this hydrogen situation. I have got to figure out this hydrogen situation. There's so many, like, things that give hydrogen as a byproduct, but we just need to be able to make as much hydrogen as possible. I guess we could just do the methane into the methane one as well as this, because that is making us like a bucket every 3 seconds. We need 12 buckets every 20 seconds, so that's not fast enough. And I don't actually think we're making enough sodium to keep up with this long term. That's put a nope sign on CurseForge. Yeah, he did it yesterday. It was his, I think it was his, kind of a birthday thing. It was his birthday yesterday. Oh, crashed on world generation. Oh, shit. That's not good. Has anybody else mentioned it, do you know? Is it just you having the issues, or has anyone else mentioned it? I've not had a chance to download it on Curse yet. We've always got the option of electrolyzing water as well, haven't we? I don't think I've ever had issues with, I don't think I've ever had, hydrogen as an issue before. Actually, come to think of it, we get salt water back from, we get 1 bucket of salt water back from this, don't we? Which means we should be able to get at least 1 bucket of hydrogen back from that, which is not a great deal. It work for you? Says that it doesn't work from CF. Huh. Wait, but it worked for you though, Kaz. Now I'm very confused. And also getting very sidetracked. I apologize. I'm supposed to be focusing on what I'm doing, and I'm just really failing miserably at that at the moment. Yeah, I think we're just going to set up an HV chemical reactor, just so we've got a little bit extra here for this. I might give it a try later then, if I have any issues with it. That's the wrong thing. That wants to go there. That goes there. And of course that is really fucking awkward. Actually, no, it's not. That's not too bad. That's actually absolutely fine. We've got a laser there. And perfect. Alright, that actually works fine. I really should go and check on my power situation soon. Because we've been adding a bunch of stuff lately, and I've not really been paying any attention to like how it's affecting us power-wise. Turn them orange. What do we need to insert into here? Water and... you know what? I'm just making... I'm not... we've got an infinite water cell. I'm just going to make the infinite water cover... like the water covers, though, because... it's just easier. Right, we are going to have to set this up so that it shuts off when we have under probably a few conditions we need to shut this off. What am I looking for? I am looking for not that. That. Okay. Have I got my infinite water cover yet? I do. Get that on there. Okay, so we're going to want to shut this off under what conditions? If we drop below a certain amount of methane, because we would like to make sure we have methane in the system. And also if we have enough hydrogen. So let's insert into there. We will do a counting filter for it. How much methane do we need for this? For the hydrogen, we are... where are we? Just one bucket. Okay, so we just set it to like 4 buckets in there at the most. And then we will... yeah, we'll do it on the insert. So we'll only insert onto there if there has a low signal on orange. We need to put redstone cards into there and there. Down, and then extract from there, but that shouldn't insert anything at the moment because these have redstone signals. So we want this to only give a redstone signal if hydrogen is over 32,000 buckets. And if we just make sure we've always got, say, 16,000 buckets of methane. I should go into there. And then... ah, God, what circuit do we need? God damn it. Circuit 1. Okay. Okay. Right, and then we just need to extract from there. Unfortunately, this is not going to be stupidly fast, but it should be fast enough. I hope. We should have space for the carbon dioxide as well. Oh man, we've reached the point of the day now where the fan is not doing anything. It's literally just blowing hot air around at this point. Which is not ideal. Alright, so that should be giving us the hydrogen that we need. Where are we? This is the recipe. We do need one quicklime. Piece of quicklime. That's one thing we don't have yet. But that should give us 3 buckets of acetic acid. Should give us 2 buckets of acetone. Which is a better return than these as well. Because that's 2 buckets to 1... essentially going to be 2 buckets to 1 bucket. Yeah, that's... yeah. So rather than 3 buckets to 2. So it's a slightly better return on it. We just need... what do we need now? Alright, I'm looking at the wrong thing there, only. Acetic acid. Oh no, we were gonna do... was I gonna do that recipe? Generally not, because of the way my window is facing. Like as the sun starts going down, it just comes straight through the window. It's apparently 34.5 degrees in here at the moment. My brain has been like just turned to mush at the moment. I think we were just gonna do this, weren't we? By this recipe, we can probably just get away with doing this. 3 buckets of acetic acid. And the quicklime, that'll be at HV. In 30 Celsius here inside. Yeah, it's like I say, it's like 34.5 here now. It's horrible. It's not fun. Right, we also need to get quicklime as well. That's another thing we need to get. But if we do an LCR an LCR at HV, we'll probably do just a regular single block HV chemical reactor for this, but we'll just underclock it to LV. Or maybe not quite to LV. We need 3 buckets in 20 seconds. Okay, no, we'll keep them both at HV, I guess. And that will make acetic acid for us. Okay, so we need an HV chemical reactor and an HV large chemical reactor. We could do 2 LCRs, I guess, but actually, you know what? Let's do it with 2 LCRs instead. And we'll actually wall share with these ones, I think. We need 2 coils. I keep forgetting again that I have my staff of traveling. Right, so we've got the 2 coils. We've got 2 of those. We're going to need a bunch of these. I don't know how many we need at this point, but we're going to need a few. We need 2 maintenance hatches. It's not feeling quite as bad as it was like a couple of weeks ago. It's not as bad as then. Still not pleasant, but it's not as bad as it was. Right, so we still need to get quicklime as well. We need 1 input bus, 1 input hatch, and 1 input bus and 2 input hatches. So two input buses and 3 input hatches. I'm guessing it's just slightly less humid at the moment. Right, waiting on... What are we waiting on? Input hatches. We need 2 HV energy hatches. I'm starting to worry at this point that we're going to start running out of some materials or other that I'm not paying attention to. Right, the acetone has got 2 fluid outputs. The acetic acid just has the 1. We need 3 output hatches. Okay, so let's figure this out. So it's going to be... One there. Maintenance hatch. Maintenance hatch. I did not know that was a thing. No, live. What exactly? I'm assuming that just gives you. I'm at a guess. I would kind of guess cheaper trades. That'll go there and there. Go there and there. I'll go there and there. Okay, so if we do the input hatches and the inputs over this side, we'll do acetic acid and then here and then acetone next to it. So for this, we're going to have to do 2 input hatches and an input bus. We'll do the input hatches at the bottom. And an input bus. And then that's just the acetic acid as the output. So we'll put the output there. And then we'll do the inputs for this over here. So the input hatch and then the input bus. The input bus is only going to need the quicklime in, but that's not going to get used up. And then there'll be 2 output hatches there and there. We're going to need an interface there and an interface there. Yeah, just send all the cool air over here, quiet. How you doing, Banana? There we go. Clear these out. I really need a faster pick. Actually, I should be able to, once we start getting to tungsten, I should be able to make the, I think it's the Omni Breaker. Yeah, the Omni Breaker. The Omni Breaker is a tool added by GTM utils which can instantly break any block. When using the Omni Breaker, you can right-click to break one block at a time or hold left-click to continuously break blocks. The Omni Breaker does not automatically relocate blocks to the player, so it is advised to use some type of magnet to avoid losing blocks. So yeah, once we can get to a little bit further into IV, we can make that, which is going to make our life considerably easier. I'm pretty much in the same boat, Banana. I am incredibly hot at the moment. I'm incredibly tired as well, but that's pretty much par for the course with me these days. Alright, let's see. That doesn't need to go over there, does it? We've got far enough over already. I think I'm going to do these with just a single 4-amp converter. Tribble, thank you for the hydrate. And enjoy the chocolate ice cream and strawberries. Ooh, enjoy. I do have a Viennetta in the freezer. Right, I need you. We need vibrant alloy cables. Probably going to need more than this, actually, aren't we? Maybe not. Maybe we'll be okay. Nope, we're good. That goes there, and then we put that in the middle. Maybe not in the middle. And we need lasers. Right, one thing I do need to do with this, actually, is change it so the wrench alpha is at maximum. So when we hold the wrench, we can at least see things a lot more clearly. I've been meaning to do that for ages, and I just keep forgetting. Ah, I wonder why it wasn't letting me access this. There's weird visual glitch again. And there's me hole. Right, so these should now have power. Okay, so for the acetic acid, what are we exporting? Oxygen, hydrogen, and carbon. And actually, before we do this, I haven't checked this to make sure this is actually going to shut off when we need it to. If we do that, that should stop inserting into here. Which it looks like it is. We should be getting, hopefully be getting hydrogen in quickly enough here. I'm not convinced that we are. Because we're, oh my god, we're basically going to be needing to get 4 buckets every 6 seconds, and I'm pretty sure we're not getting that. So hopefully, so we're not going to be making epoxy like constantly. But hopefully we can get enough before we run out of hydrogen, and then it'll just kind of, well, it'll only make it when it needs to be. You know, I've never actually seen Zoolander. It's the kind of film that never massively appealed to me. I haven't tried it since Ocean Block 2 Life, so I'm not sure. I know there are a few add-ons and whatnot for it now, though. Which might make life a little easier. Or they could make things slightly worse, depending on how well they're made. Right. I do this every time. It keeps eating my frickin' things. Stop eating my cards. Right, and then this needs carbon dust. Right, I need to output carbon dust. Oxygen and hydrogen. Right, extract from there. Extract from there. Okay, right. I'm assuming we need a circuit in there as well. There we go. That is... Oh, God, I forgot about that. I forgot that LCRs do perfect overclocks. We actually didn't... We actually only needed this to be MV, realistically. Whoops. Not that matters too much. It just means it's going to stop running. It'll stop running when it's not needed anyway, so that's fine. That can go there. That can go there. We don't need anything in there. We do still need quicklime, though. Which we actually have. Perfect. I didn't actually think we had that. And then this needs to be on circuit 24. Wait. Give me the right thing. There we go. Right. And then that just needs to extract from there. Into there. And we should have... Wait, what are we getting out of this? Oxygen and acetone. We have got a storage cell for acetone, right? Yes. Perfect. All right. And then we just got to do outputs from there and there. And so into there. So hopefully, we should now be getting acetone in. Found it hilarious the first time and then awful on later viewings. It's never been my kind of thing. Like that kind of like over the top kind of humor has never really been my thing. Oh, we actually get... Is this actually working? Yes, it is. Yeah, that kind of, like, over-the-top humor. That, like, things like, Jim Carrey as well have never really been my kind of thing. What is the utility of the advanced connectors? They seem to connect only one-to-one, meaning it took your ability to chain over distances. The advanced connectors can connect over an infinite distance, basically, and across dimensions. So if you wanted to connect your laser network from here to the nether, you would just connect the have one advanced connector here connected to your main network, or whatever network you want it to connect it to, have another one in the nether, and then just link those two as you would any other connections. Those two advanced connectors as you would any other connections, and they will work from any distance and any dimension. No, they don't chain, unfortunately. They are only kind of a one-to-one connection. But that's pretty much all you should need, because all you need to do is then take that one connection at the end point and then connect it to other connectors. Like, generally, it's not generally used for just kind of connecting things over relatively short distances. It's more if you've got something here and then something like 1,000 blocks away, or in another dimension. Alright, there we go. We have acetone, which means we should be able to get all this stuff going now. Sodium hydroxide, epichlorohydrin, phenol, acetone, hydrochloric acids. We got everything we need. Okay, so the epichlorohydrin. That is not the... Oh, no, that is the recipe we're using. We need chlorine, propene, and water. Going to reduce clutter with them, but it wasn't a good fit. Regular ones work fine, albeit messily. This is why I always try and have like a maintenance floor in all of my builds, because it just means that you can. Actually, you know what? Let's just do an infinite water cell here as well. It just means that you can have a like all the clutter out of the way. Or at least the majority of it. Obviously, we've got some bits and pieces up here, but the majority of mine is like... The majority of all, like, the actual cabling is underneath. It just keeps it out of the way and makes things a lot neater. Alright, so we put that on there. That means we also don't need that now. I'll do that as orange. Those can be purple. And they need to be connected. Do these need to be connected to... No, these can be connected with this, can't they? Okay, so propene and chlorine need to go into these. Oh, the... What's going into there? That's the sodium hydroxide, right? Yeah. Right, so every single time. One of these days I will not forget that. It keeps it like because these auto input, they will auto pull the cards from the laser nodes. Alright. Sodium hydroxide. We don't need to have like a ton in there at any given time. Right, then these need to be what? 4 buckets of chlorine, 1 bucket of propene. Actually, let's do that with counting filters as well. Alright, so chlorine. If we just keep the amount that we need in there at any given time, we should be able to get another 4 buckets in there before the recipe ends. And then it's what, 1 bucket of propene? Right, so you got 1 bucket of propene in there. And extract from those. Right, what do we need circuit-wise? 23. Did I not give you power? I did not give you power. Okay, so connect that up to there, connect that up to there. Everything should have power. Alright, no worries, banana. Enjoy the food. There we go. That is now making us epichlorohydrin, hydrochloric acid, and salt water. Oh, do I actually have... I don't have a storage cell for salt water, though, do I? I do not. What do I want to do about that? Let's make a storage cell for the salt water, and then what we'll do is we'll... Oh god, no, we don't want 1,000 of them. Oh, thank you. And then what we'll do is we'll send the salt water out to... We'll just send the salt water out to... I'm assuming this is where we're... I'm assuming this is where we're going. We're making salt water, and then that should... Huh. Why have I got 2 electrolyzers here? Are doing the same thing. Okay, but that's fine. We can basically output salt water to here as well. And then the salt water we get from there can get turned back into chlorine and hydrogen. Which will make our lives a little easier. So, salt water. Can go back in there. And that can go back in there. Burrito, your order is absolutely massive. Are you trying to make me hungry, Quiet? Because you're doing a good job of it. I'm actually getting kind of hungry. Okay, right. So, the epichlorohydrin... Right, what goes into the epoxy then? So we need to output phenol, acetone, and hydrochloric acids. Also need to attach this to the actual ME network. There we go. All right, and this needs to insert. What are we inserting? Oh, hold on. I need another laser. I forgot one of these. Right, so this needs to insert what? So phenol, acetone, hydrochloric acid, epichlorohydrin. Let's do hydrochloric acid in there. Am I going to have enough cards for this? This is the question. Actually, no. Let's do the epichlorohydrin in here. We'll do the epichlorohydrin in there. And then these other ones we can do with counting filters. We just need 1 bucket of... 2 buckets of phenol, then 1 bucket of the hydrochloric and the acetone. So 2 buckets of that. One bucket of acetone. And 1 bucket of hydrochloric acid. Right, let's make some more fluid cards as well, because we are once again starting to run out. Live, thank you for the hydrates. I appreciate it. And the posture check as well. And everyone else, make sure you are staying hydrated as well. Right, I'm going to lock these to their respective outputs. And then that needs to extract on orange. And then these two need to extract on black. These are going straight back into the ME system. And that needs to insert on black. Those should get taken out of there and put into the ME system. The epichlorohydrin should be going into there. That should have everything we need for making the epoxy. Did I make a... No, I haven't even made a storage cell for the epoxy yet. Let's do that. And while we're doing that, let's grab our fluid cards. Right, and that is for liquid epoxy. And that goes in there. We weren't getting anything else out of this, were we? There's just like the... that we need to make a storage cell for. Salt water we're fine with. Diluted hydrochloric acid we're fine with. Okay, so yeah, just everything from these just needs to be extracted and put into the ME system. And then that should be epoxy made. Although I do need to remember to keep an eye on a few things. Right, so... Oh, we're not done yet. I forgot the import bus. Because we also need to put sodium hydroxide into here as well. Okay. Care to elaborate, Quiets? Right, so... Every single time! One of these days, I will stop doing that. Pretty sure it's not. Although I'm not in... The kind of curries that we eat over here, I believe, are very different to the kind of curries that will be made in, like, India. Although I'm not entirely sure that he's wrong. Oh no, I think he is wrong from what I can read. I'm reading briefly on Google. But I think the way, yeah, I was gonna say, but I think the way we make them is very different to the way they're made in India. It's kind of, I guess, more of a westernized kind of way of making it. I'm curious how that came up in the first place, though. Alright, and do we need a circuit? We do need a circuit. Alright, we need circuit 24. And there we go. Epoxy is being made. Making nice food with someone is a way of currying favour. Oh, Tribble. He made Greek chicken gyros, and you made tzatziki the other day. See, wasn't a huge fan of the tzatziki sauce when we had the gyros things that from before. The actual gyros was nice. The rest, the actual sauce. Interesting conversation, though. Okay. Right, I think I've had a bit of an idea of what we can do. Because I'm a little concerned about certain, like, running out of certain things. So what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to make, like, 9 storage monitors. And then I'm going to move this stuff out of the way over here for now. And then let's just grab a few more of those, because we are going to need them soon. What I'm going to do is... Ah, no, I'm going to have to move that across on it. It's going to have to be in the center of here. Otherwise, it's just going to bug me. All right, and then we're basically just going to have this so we've got a little display. Like a little 3x3 display. For anything that we are concerned that we might run out of. So like hydrogen, for example. Something I was a little concerned about. So if we set that to hydrogen, we can keep an eye on our hydrogen levels. What else was I worried about? But yeah, we can just use this to keep track of, like, see what we've got at a glance. Unfortunately, we don't have throughput monitors, which would have been nice for keeping track of that, but we were possibly going to be running out of that. Phenol was something I would like to make sure we have enough of as well. I want to make sure we've got enough phenol, acetone. Not that you can actually see the acetone on there. Oh. Yeah, you can't actually see the acetone, but it's there. On a completely unrelated note, Mum is now watching lots of Disney films so she can see the colours properly again after cataract surgery on both her eyes. Nice. It's a whole new world, I guess. Has she watched Aladdin yet? Okay, so... Ooh. We're only just keeping up here with the oil, I think. Right, so the only thing is I need to remember the values that these have. Oh, I guess what we could do instead, what might actually be a better idea, if we get rid of those, we won't have quite so many things to look at here. If we do that... Get rid of those. Oh my lord, stop doing that, chat. Jesus. And then we do that. And... have signed... Hang on, Covers. Do we have covers? Wait. Wait. There we go. Right. There we go. Right. And then if we just have signs under here that say how much of each we have at a certain point. So the minute we know we've got 22k. I wish you could like have more kind of control over the display of the numbers here. Like I'd like to be able to see like to a certain decimal place. I can't even see what it was. 452 buckets. And then acetone was 233 buckets. And then this way we can at least see whether we're gaining or losing over a period of time. But we are up to 18 buckets of liquid epoxy. Fan-fucking-tastic. Right. Actually, one thing I forgot I meant to check. Yeah, it did see mention the epichlorohydrin in there. I should have remembered that, actually. If Warframe paused mid-mission? At least you didn't leave it unpaused mid-mission and then fail it somehow. That would have been worse, right? And acetic acid, ethanone, tetranitromethane. We're not bothered about any of that stuff at the moment. I'm just going to claim these quests because we're not going to need to make them. I do need to go and get a bucket of epichlorohydrin, though. Apparently that one we do actually need. There we go. That's that quest done. A colorless liquid with a pungent garlic-like odor. It's needed in the production of epoxy. You can skip a step making this with a large chemical reactor. We have done just that. Okay, right. And then we just need a bucket of epoxy. I'm assuming we need a bucket of epoxy for that. Oh no, it's just a claimable quest. BPA can be produced using petrochemistry, distillation products, or via distilling charcoal byproducts from your pyrolyzed oven into useful components. Alternatively, you can get phenol from coal pyrolysis. Fermented biomass is also useful to distill as it provides many useful products. Using the large chemical reactor, you can skip 2 steps in the epoxy production line. We did just that. And then we need epoxy sheets, which we can make a recipe for. And then if we grab one of those. On your way of saying the chemicals in GregTech is that green... Your way of saying the chemicals in GregTech is that green stuff or orangey goop. I mean, they're a lot more descriptive than the actual names. So, you know, it works. There you go. Finally, epoxy resin sheets. These can be made into circuit boards as a substrate for advanced circuits. Beautiful. Okay. And then the epoxy substrates. I think one thing I'm going to do is set up an LCR for doing the substrates. Specifically for... Actually, I think I'm just going to... Do I just want to set up an LCR for just the chemical reactor recipes in general? That's not going to be the worst idea in the world, is it? Could we do that? Could we set it up? Because at the minute we do have a chemical reactor set up over in our little area over here. Somewhere. Thought we did. Why can I never find it? Yeah, we have got a chemical reactor here. Now, we should be able to switch this out for an LCR. Which should make life a little easier. We would have to have we would have to do it in a little bit of a weird way. We would need to have a subnetwork going to it. But I think that's going to be worthwhile. We'll set it up down here, I think. Hey, Chloe. How are you doing? Alright, so we've got the LCR. Right, this will just be for all of our chemical reactor needs. And the good thing about the LCR as well is it does have perfect overclocks. Which will make our life a little bit easier. If we just make another 18 of those. How am I doing for polytetrafluoroethylene at this point? Oh, we're doing fine. We've got plenty. Right, so if we're kind of essentially using this to mirror a regular chemical reactor, it's got 3 fluid inputs, right? Yeah, 3 fluid inputs, 2 item inputs. And then, is it just one fluid output, 1 item output? No. Right, 3 input hatches. We'll just do an MV input bus, just in case we do need to put more stuff in there for whatever reason. Shouldn't need to, but... Doing alright. Hot, socially burnt out, and eagerly waiting for Greg Tech Modern 7.0. I did hear that there was some mentions of it, but I haven't looked into it at all. At least not yet. Oh, do I want to set this up as... You know what? I'm actually going to set this up as an EV. Yeah, I think we're actually going to set this up to run at EV. This should speed certain things up considerably. And we just need a 4 amp energy converter for it. How am I doing now for... Yeah, we're back up to 256. Perfect. There's 4 amp converter. Where's the PTFE casings? Oh, I've already got them. We're fine. All right, we need a maintenance hatch. I got you, Chloe. Have they actually said about when it's going to get released, or have they just said soon TM kind of thing? All right, so those can go there. That will go there. We need that. We need those. The maintenance hatch can go there. Energy hatches, I guess, there and there. And then we'll do... I think I'm actually going to put the input hatches on this side. It might be a little easier. And then the input bus... Actually, let's put them at the... No, we'll leave them at the front where they were. They should be fine there. Okay, except the only thing we haven't put in here yet is the output buses and output hatches. How many outputs, like chemical reactor outputs, have two fluids? Like, is it ever going to be worth my while putting both in? I guess it probably is. Just put 2 output hatches and 1 output bus. And that should be fine. Right, output hatch, output bus. Does still form. Beautiful. Currently on the week beta test, so you expect next weekish, as they're working on revamping their entire rendering system. Okay. So hopefully not too long then. That's good. Right, now the fun bits. How are we going to set this up? We need some provider. Which will happen anytime soon. I'm sure. We're also going to need 4 storage buses. Alright, what do we need? Vibrant alloy? There and there. Hook those up. Rotate that. I'm actually, I think, going to put this on the other side. This is going to look a little easier. I'm going to be a little easier to manage stuff down here, I think. So if we put the pan provider there. Need more covered cables. And that goes there, that goes there, that goes there, and that goes there. Right, so this is where I've got to remember how we do this. Those go there. We need this on red. We need another interface. Right, do I have a cable anchor anywhere? I have a single cable anchor. Beautiful. Not that it matters, but... what else do I need? Quartz fiber. Right, the only downside to this is I don't think that blocking mode works with it. Not that it really matters, but that should hopefully be fine. You know, they're moving away from the 1. Version numbering though, 6.4 and 7.0 feel much more like it's a playable and well-tested thing. I mean, that makes sense. No, wait. What water wheel park are we talking about, Guitar Lolin? Oh, your create setup. Right, it took me a minute there to figure out what you were talking about. Okay. So we need more lasers. Always more lasers. Actually, I'm very curious. Can I see how many laser nodes I've placed down? Very difficult to see when it's scrolling. Are they even in here? Yes. 938 laser nodes placed. It's actually not as many as I thought it would be. Alright, and... there we go. Then that needs to extract on black. That needs to extract on black, and that needs to extract on black. And then we will leave the inserts as they are for now, because I want to make sure this thing works first. What have we got recipe-wise in our chemical reactor? Oh, the dimethylhydrazine's in here. That, I think, was one of the ones that took a while. Yeah, 52 seconds at HV. So if we perfect overclock it, it should be down to 13 seconds. That's not bad. Not too bad at all. So if we put those in there... what else were we going to make in here? Well, we've got so much crap in here now. Getting too messy for my liking. All right, so we were looking at these, the epoxy circuit boards. We want to set up a recipe for these. I really need to make the other wireless terminal so I can actually make recipes while I'm out and about as well, rather than having to come back to the terminals for it. Right, so we need to make a recipe for that. And then we need a recipe for gold foil. Let's make sure that works. Right, epoxy circuit board. Now, hopefully... oh, wait, I don't need... oh, wait, we need a circuit for this, don't we? No, we don't. Wait. Oh, it's not got any power yet, has it? You muppet. Once again, I'm missing stuff. Alright, there we go. Connect that up. Connect that up. Give it some power. There we go. Beautiful. And then we just need to Insert into there on black. Insert into there on black. There we go. Right, the dimethylhydrazine. We need that in order to make rocket fuel. This was what was slowing us down with the rocket fuel before. If we wanted to make... Say we wanted to make, like, 4 buckets of this. That is so much nicer. Well, it's 4 times faster. Oh, LCRs are so nice. But there we go. That is that sorted. Right, what's next? Actually, first thing I want to do... Oh, TPS has finally crept up over 10 milliseconds. Oh, we are definitely gaining hydrogen now. We are losing phenol, however. Which I didn't think we should be. Oh, well, actually, you know what? Another thing I've completely forgotten to do. I haven't set this up to turn off. Once we reach a certain amount of epoxy resin. Which we kind of want to do. Right, if we just... Oh my god, we're actually gaining epoxy resin really quickly. Right, okay, we need a emitter. We'll make a few of them. We need some more covered cables. And we need a machine controller. I'm actually going to put these back into the ME system. Right, and then we'll just bring that over to there. We want this to work. When there is a signal. Right, I'm not sure why I'm searching for epoxy in there. Liquid epoxy, we want that to be less... If we keep 512 buckets, we emit a signal when it's below 512 buckets. And then if we just to test this, we say... Enough? Yeah, that'll turn off. Okay, so... That will make epoxy resin until we've got 512 buckets of it, then stop. How are we doing for... Oh my god, acetone we are gaining massively. Okay, I think the acetone I'm going to have to turn off at a certain point as well. Because we really don't need that much acetone. Alright, we've got the emitter. Controller. If we turn that off... Best acetone it down. You and Tribble are awful, you know that, right? You guys are the worst. In the best possible way, obviously. Alright. Convert that. And we'll do... Again, we'll say 512 buckets of acetone. And then just to make sure this works. I should turn off. Perfect. So that keeps that turned off. The epichlorohydrin shouldn't matter because once this fills up, this will stop anyway. I'm surprised we are running out of phenol, though. Oh, no, I'm not. No, that actually makes sense. No, it's fine. It'll even itself out, though, which is good. The fact that we're gaining hydrogen, though, is the main thing. Oh, wait, no. Oh, no, we are losing air. We've lost, like, 10 buckets in that time. It's not that bad. It's fine. Okay. You're all the worse and proud of it, as you should be as well. Okay, right. Let's get our first epoxy substrate, and then I think that might be where we call it for today. These were the two things that I wanted to make sure I got done. Right, again, this will be made in the chemical reactor. And we are going to need electrum foil. There we go. And that's... And since that should be LV, since we're overclocking that to EV, that should be down to 5.6... Well, actually, no, it'll be 0.7 seconds to make that. It's going to be nice. Right, so we should make one of those. Again, assuming it works as intended, which it appears like it is. There we go. Epoxy printed circuit boards. Beautiful. And there we go. So we made some decent progress. We got a bunch more distillation towers sorted. All of this could do with being sped up a little bit, honestly. Oh, wait, no, that is still filled with oil. Never mind. I thought we were actually only just making enough oil. Yeah, we got the distillation towers set up for the charcoal byproducts. As always, all this stuff could do with being sped up. We've got epoxy sorted out now, which is nice, which means we can start working towards better circuits tomorrow. We still need to look at see if there's anything else we can start making now to get ready for high octane gasoline and for the extreme combustion generators, because those are going to be our next source of power. What else do we need to work on next? Phosphorus doped silicon balls is something we could start. We need to start looking at, because I think we need those for some stuff later on. But I think we need, and we also need to start looking at nichrome coils as well. But the next thing is going to be getting to better circuits. Because with the nano CPU chips, which once we've got the carbon fibers made as well, which we just need epoxy for. Anyway, once we've got the nano CPU chips, we should be able to make, I think, the final tier of HV circuits. Yeah, we can make the final tier of HV circuits. Can't quite make the best recipe for the final tier of HV circuits yet. But we can make the final tier of them, and we can start. So we need to start getting this stuff passively generating as well. So we can passively generate the better HV circuits. And then we can also get to the next tier of EV circuits as well. And then from there, we can also get to the next tier of IV circuits. And then we can start working towards tungsten. Tungsten is something that I really, really want to get to. So that we'll start working towards that tomorrow. I'll hopefully have a bit of a better plan than that nonsense that I just spouted then tomorrow. But until then, thank you everybody for being here. I massively appreciate it. Thank you for all the follows today. They are always appreciated as well. If you could stick around for a few more minutes, though, while we go and find another fantastic broadcaster to send you all over to, that would be amazing. Assuming we have somebody live and playing Minecraft, that is, which... there genuinely isn't anybody. Is anyone playing Monifactory? I think this is somebody that somebody mentioned to me before as well, actually. think they are a fellow Brit. And they seemed all right, but a guy named Jude Muffin. I think somebody suggested them to me a while ago, and I've not seen them live for a while, because obviously I haven't streamed for a while, but let's go and say hello to them. They are also playing Monifactory. They are in UV at the moment by the looks of it. So they are a lot further on than me. But let's go and show them a little bit of love. I do not know this person, so I do apologize if there is any weirdness. But yeah, as far as the raid is concerned, all I need you guys to do is copy the raid message, the /me, #Chicheva raid. Copy that. Once we get over there, paste that into the chat along with any heart emotes you have available. They don't need to be mine. Any will do. Just show them a little bit of love. I will be back tomorrow, provided I don't melt in the meantime. Hopefully around about the same time. But until then, have an amazing rest of your night, everybody. And I will see you all tomorrow.